Good morning, everyone, and good morning, colleagues from BDO. My name is Kwache Donko. I'm the CEO of Africa Tourism Partners, and I'm going to be your moderator for the day with my colleague presenters and expert and professionals from BDO and related partners. I think it's a privilege for all of us to have you here today, and I believe we are going to have a very fruitful session. But for the meantime, we would like all of you to be patient, to give us about 5 minutes together to wait for other colleagues to join us. So please, we will start in 5 minutes time, and the sessions will continue throughout the day. Thank you.
On behalf of BDO, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you this morning, be it in your discussions on how we could all contribute to reigniting the tourism business. I do hope that the discussion adds meaningful value to you and your businesses. And by way of introduction, my name is Tuta. I head up the advisory division for BDO South Africa. The division offers a range of insurance, forensic services, corporate finance, restructuring and insolvency, IT governance and digital solutions. Our advisory business is essentially across the various sectors within the division. They lead with purpose and innovation and make an impact that really matters to the market and your businesses. They do this by challenging the status quo, instigating change and influencing action. And as well, they achieve this through the collaboration that we have across our global network of 88,000 professionals that are spread across 167 countries in over 1,600 offices. We are certainly one of the fastest growing firms globally and in South Africa. If I take an example, in the UK, we service more listed clients than the Big Four. And in South Africa alone, we've grown by approximately 150% in the past 20 months, boasting over 1,700 professionals across the country with 131 partners. And the tourism team, which will be sharing insights today, have collectively over 70 years of experience within the sector with deep expertise across the value chain, such as accommodation, meetings industry, tour operators, attractions, tourism retail, tourism services, and transport operators. And whether it is rethinking your strategy of operations, it is indeed a team that you can trust. And as a firm, we have always had a long-standing commitment to the tourism industry by having a dedicated unit of over 30 years. And that commitment remains today, hence the conversations that we're going to have today. And we continue to strive to bring clarity onto the industry. Our Masters of Ceremony, as he's introduced himself earlier on, Kwache Donkora, is known by many of you in the industry. He's a friend of the firm, whom we have worked with closely with for many years in events to promote the growth and tourism in Africa. And he is currently the Chief Executive of Africa Tourism Partners. And yeah, once again, I think this morning I would like to say, please sit back and hopefully soak in some of the information and reach out to the experts in the room should you need further information in relation to the industry. Thank you very much and enjoy. Over to you, Kwache.
Thank you, Tuto. And once again, good morning, colleagues and industry stakeholders who have joined us this morning for this fantastic session. This is once again an opportunity for us to connect, dialogue, and learn from our colleagues. The first session is about how to rethink our tourism strategies. So if you have the program, and if you don't have, I'll read it. How do I rethink my tourism strategy, products, and markets? And it will be a dialogue and discussion and conversation between Leanne Bak, Christelle, Grohman, Jabulani, BDO. I'll quickly give you a short profile of each of the panel members for this session. Christelle is a director of BDO, Strategy Development and Advisory. And Christelle has advised extensively in the tourism, hospitality, leisure, property, and infrastructure sectors in her 30 years career, or 30-year career rather. She's been instrumental in establishing the infrastructure advisory service offering in South Africa and was the lead director for infrastructure advisory at Grant Thornton in Sub-Sahara Africa for over 10 years. And I've personally had the privilege in working with her in many projects and also in Africa Tourism Leadership Forum. Christelle, thank you very much for your presence today. The second panel member will be also a director at BDO, Leanne Bak, and Leanne is responsible for BDO's Advice Strategy and Development Advisory Division, which specializes in providing advisory services to tourism, hospitality, leisure, property, and related industry sectors, both private and public sector. And at the same time, I'm privileged. I've worked with Leanne as well on a couple of projects. And the next person is Jabulani BDO, also senior consultant, BDO Strategic Development and Advisory. And Jabu is a senior consultant with a lot of experience in both private and public sector across the entire value chain of the tourism industry. Done a lot of work in economic impact study, financial assessment, business evaluation, and general market research assignment. I think it's going to be a fantastic session, and I would like to hand over to the panel to share with us how they think the industry should be rethinking their strategy given the current situation that we all find ourselves in. We know the industry has been, I wouldn't say one of the, but it's the biggest hit industry as far as the COVID-19 pandemic is concerned. And I believe that you can share a lot of insight. So Leanne, maybe you may proceed with your presentation, please.
Hi everybody, Christelle here. So I'll be doing the first part of our presentation. I hope you can see me and you can all hear me clearly. As Tuto indicated, at BDO we are about clarity. It's very important to us. And we also, as the screen shows, about speaking frankly. So today we hope that we provide that. However, we want to always just talk about the negative. Leanne, if we can just move on to the one slide, next slide. We all know that travel and tourism and industry and aviation has been probably the hardest hit in the COVID pandemic, as sectors go. We all know the frustrations that we have gone through in the last couple of years, not just here in South Africa. As Austin Hickey from our Irish office will indicate later on in the program, they've had similar problems and how they've had to overcome it. So what we would like to focus is, how do we move from being so stuck on having decision inertia? How do we move forward? In some cases, many have, but we have been moving towards having a little bit more of business resilience. Maybe we've been getting used to the different changes and the changes coming so quickly, and therefore having been forced to move it out of our business operations and part of our business strategy, so that we can move with resilience quicker rather than just reaction all the time. So next slide, please. At BDO, we use a tool called Rethink. It is a tool that we use across the business. It's not just for the tourism sector, but we've been using it very successfully with our tourism clients in destination strategies, in event strategies, as well as in business strategies, looking both at new businesses as well as existing businesses. And the Rethink strategy is all about, how do you deal with your risks? How do you move from purely reacting, as you can see there on the left-hand side, where you're safeguarding your business? We've gone through that for many months. Every time there is a new lockdown level, every time there is a difference in what that means for the tourism industry, many of our businesses have had to react. We either open up, we close down, we have less staff, we look for support, but we cannot continue with that very quick up and reaction for a long length of time to help our operations and even our destinations. We have to put some resilience, not necessarily now 5-year plans and long-term plans, but certainly a bit more of a length of a time period that we can actually move ourselves up a curve. And this is where we start to embed resilience. And not just keeping our businesses afloat, but how do we position ourselves to reignite when there is a bounce back? We're waiting at the moment to obviously look at foreign tourism coming back. We've had some of the domestic tourism sectors back, not all of them. So how do we bounce back? How do we create that bounce back ourselves in order to be able in the end to realize success? And this is not just succeeding as it would have been before anything happened with COVID, but it's basically succeeding in the new normal, because we anticipate that a lot of these pressures are and drivers, as we're experiencing, is actually going to stay there for a long time. So we need to move to that resilience much faster. If we go to the next slide and we look a little bit of what do we have to do for resilience? How do we actually create it? Then there's certain factors that need to be in place. If you look at the top factors of resilience, they're all about values. It's what you need to have in both of yourselves, in your business, in your organization. So we need things like collaboration, as important. We would have seen throughout the industry, working together between business and government, there has been new relationships forged to be and collaborating in order to deal with some of the issues that we're dealing with. There has been faster communication, sharing of information, looking at ways of sharing information so that we make sure that everybody has the same information so that they can move ahead. We've had to become very results focused. So that is exceptionally important. You have to be determined. You can't make a change and then immediately change it again. That determination and clear vision, even though it's a short-term vision, has to be in place. Confidence, I think that is something that a lot of us have lacked, in having the confidence to know exactly how we're going to move forward. And to have confidence, we need energy. Our energy was certainly tapped in the first couple of months. It just seemed impossible knowing how to keep on reacting. And we have to have a new type of energy to deal and have commitment that carries on. We have to show that commitment to our partners, and my colleagues will speak later when they speak about suppliers, when they talk about the impact on business and the impact on your staff. How do we keep that commitment going? And then accountable, and I think mostly we've had to create trust, and trust means that we had to look outside of the us. We had to go to the bigger us, to the community. So we were working as an industry or an area far more than just about my business. Behind this, obviously, you cannot have all of this unless you have some processes in place. And this is very much processes that make you adaptable and agile. Yes, it's got to do with business information. It's got to do with some tech and about information flow. And then it's data. Leanne's going to take you through some information. Austin is going to give you some more information, but certainly the data is exceptionally more important for decision making. And we see that it's more and more that it needs to be real time, and it needs to be accurate data that you can actually use. We've seen an interesting thing happen, and this is what I sort of call it crowding data. So this is sharing of information and getting data that has not necessarily always been affordable to all parties, but where we're starting to bring it in place so that we can have whole industries or whole sectors or whole areas develop rather than just specific businesses. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague Leanne, and she's going to take you through a little bit of the statistics. Don't worry, we're still going to try and stick to what is the positives and where can we go from there, not just get you caught up again in the statistics. Leanne, over to you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I seem to not be able to get my camera on for some reason. I'm hold on. Hopefully something will happen shortly. Just disappeared from my screen. While I'm just sorting out these technical issues, I would just like to remind everybody, or just ask everybody, if you have any questions, we're more than willing to take, or we're happy to take your questions. Please just enter it into the chat box, and Kwachi will be moderating the questions and directing them to us after the session, or after our short presentation. So yeah, so please do add that in, and I trust that the screen is still displaying. So welcome, good morning everybody, lovely to have you join our webinar. And as Christelle was talking about building resilience, and she was talking about the fact that we need to develop confidence. And confidence comes from having, one way of developing confidence is through having information. And through the more information we have, the more confident we can be in the decisions we make and deciding on the way forward and how to actually become more resilient during this time. So I'm going to share with you some information, and also the much asked question, which we asked when we invited you to the webinar, we said, what do you want to hear? And a lot of the questions came back and said, we want to know, when is tourism going to restart? So we're going to address that question too. It's coming. Hang in there. So the first graph, this is the graph. The white is actually our daily confirmed COVID cases since the 5th of March, since our first case last year, up until 2 days ago. So this graph, to me, tells quite a lot of stories, especially for the tourism industry. So we had our first wave that came through mid-June until end of August. We went through the big wave, the first initial surge. Then we had an inter-surge period which lasted for a couple of months. And from the end of November, we started hitting our second surge, and we went into quite a big surge and a rapid decline, which is very, very positive. And we're now back down. Actually, interestingly enough, we have now hit lower than inter-surge levels, so it's lower than we had during our sort of period between the two surges. So things at the moment are looking good. And obviously with the vaccination rollout, which adds more of a positive picture in terms of the opportunities for tourism. And one of the things I want to point out is that if we can rely on what's happened in our previous inter-surge period, we can expect, if we are to get another surge, it's only likely to come around about May or June, which is then good for our upcoming Easter period and holiday season, especially for tourism. So let's encourage people to travel. Let's take advantage of this current inter-surge period, and let's hope that we don't have a third surge, and let's hope that the vaccines play a role in actually getting rid of, or at least minimizing, the impact of COVID on our economies and on our lives. But also, I just want to remind us that we have been through a lot. So, you know, I think we forget the hardships that we've been through, and the fact that we're all still here proves how resilient we actually are. Remember, we've been through lockdown levels 5, levels 4, level 3. We didn't have, our international borders were closed until October last year. We weren't allowed to even travel within our own provinces, let alone we only allowed to travel interprovincially as of mid-August last year. We had no air travel, we couldn't use accommodation, we couldn't go to restaurants, we had no alcohol, and for those smokers, we had no tobacco either. And then we slowly started to get some opening up as we went through the lockdown levels 3 or 3A, 2, and then level 1. And when we got to level 1, we actually were allowing events of up to 250 people indoors and 500 people outdoors. So, and then obviously when surge number 2 hit us, we had a couple of episodes that happened which really impacted negatively on the tourism sector. Firstly, we had the hotspot beach ban. Then we had The UK was banning travel to and from South Africa when that started around about the end of December. And then mid-December, this variant 501 version 2 was identified, which unfortunately has been labeled the South African variant. And of course, the reason why we found that variant is because we've got such sophisticated scientists and a well-developed scientific community in this country who were actually able to identify this. There are actually thousands of variants, by the way, and of mutations of the virus. It just happens to be that our one was labeled the South African one, very unfortunately in the press, which has had a negative bearing as well on our tourism industry. So if you remember, we had dams closed, beaches closed as well from mid-December, where we closed just about all of them, an issue in the Northern Cape. We've had land borders being closed as well. But as of now, we're sitting with a curfew of midnight. We're allowed events up to 100 people, and just about everything else is open and able to function. On the positive side, we have had tours, which has helped many tourism businesses. Yes, it hasn't helped anybody to make any profits or to thrive or anything like that, but it's helped just to pay basic salaries for key staff. And that tours was obviously initially extended to 15th of June, then to the 15th of August. Then there was a delay till 15 October, and now it's been extended to 15 March. There have been challenges in terms of accessing the money. There has been challenges of not knowing if the extensions are going to come or not. And this has been very difficult for tourism businesses, but we have to look on the positive side. There has been some support, even though it's small, there has been some support for businesses. And then there were those 4,000 tourism businesses that were managed to benefit to some extent from the 200 million relief fund that was put forward by the National Department of Tourism. And then finally, we had our protocols. And our protocols were actually key in driving and making sure a lot of these green blocks happened, that we could actually open up tourism, and that we can actually encourage people to travel and to travel safely around the country. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's bad, I agree, but it's there has definitely been some positives. So, and I think as well, which this slide, which comes from my favorite website at the moment, which is Our World in Data, which basically at the moment, in terms of the COVID cases, tracks, confirm all sorts of information about COVID. But this graph in particular basically is tracking daily confirmed COVID cases per million of population. And you can see that I've chosen the European Union, which is this brownie color, the United States, which is this, I'm just trying to get the right one, which is this pinky color, and then the United Kingdom is the pinky color, sorry. The United States is this sort of grey color, and then South Africa, which is the blue. So you can see our two peaks, and you can see per million of population, it's been tough for us, but it's been tougher for our source markets. And that is the challenge when it comes to our tourism industry, because reigniting tourism for our country is not only about COVID levels in our country, but it's also very much about COVID levels in our source markets. So we need to, this is not a South Africa problem, it's an international problem, but we have to keep on tracking what's happening in our source countries before we can actually understand what's going to happen to tourism in our country. So we have started the vaccination rollout, which is fantastic. And this map basically shows where the tracking of vaccinations by country around the world. Now, if you see the scale on the bottom, basically this is, once again, per 100 people, administered per 100 people. If you look at the scale here, we, South Africa, are at roughly 0.2 per 100. So our 100,000 vaccines that we've put out puts us at 0.2. Versus countries such as Israel, which is close to 99 or something like that per 100 at the moment. Sorry, Israel over there, I'm pointing to the wrong thing. But the biggest worry here in this map is this area, there's the rest of Africa, where that has not started their vaccination rollout, and for some countries don't have a plan for vaccination rollout. This is a big concern for us in South Africa. It's a big concern for the rest of the world as well. But given that we're part of the same continent and the fact that our tourism industry is reliant on foreign tourists coming to Africa and seeing South Africa as part of Africa, and the fact that we sell tours that involve other African countries, this has a huge consideration for us. So this is something we need to think about in terms of how do we drive a vaccination rollout or push for a vaccination rollout in Africa as well. This same map just highlighting some of the key countries. Israel, as you can see, is at 98.85 as of two or 3 days ago. UAE at 62 vaccinations per 100, bearing in mind, of course, that many of these require 2 doses per person. So it doesn't mean 98% of the population have been vaccinated, but they're pretty much close to herd immunity. United Kingdom, roughly 33 people out of 100 have been vaccinated. United States, roughly 25, and Africa, we're at 0.34. As I mentioned, South Africa, we're at 0.2. So European Union is, for some reason, at the moment, has been very slow in actually rolling out the vaccinations. But our key source markets in the United States and United Kingdom doing well. The key thing now is that we in South Africa have to speed up our vaccination rollout so that we can attract and allow tourists to feel comfortable to come to our country. But the recent surges has obviously had major impact on travel restrictions. So this map shows travel restrictions around the world currently. This is now. So you can see basically everywhere in the world has got partially restrictive restrictions on traveling, and a few countries have got total restrictions. So, but the problem is with the partially restriction is that many of those actually define South Africa as no travel to and from South Africa. So you can travel out of your country, but don't travel to and from South Africa. Or if you do, there's significant implications in terms of quarantines. And this, again, has huge ramifications for us and our tourism industry. So until we can control our so-called South African variant, which is really not something that needs to be controlled other than the fact that it is been mislabeled, if you want to call it, in the international media. And until we can get a decent rollout of vaccinations, unfortunately, it's not going to change that much for us. So this is huge implications. Many of our source markets, although they're restricted at the moment, they have got plans in place. The vaccination rollouts are happening at quite a pace, as you see the UK. So this particular article, this heading here, talking about the UK possibly not opening borders until the 17th of May. But the thing is that they have got clear plans as to where they want to go. They're even talking about possibly having live events, in other words, with spectators, hallelujah, in June, July this year. That's something in the UK. That's really something. Australia, they're only talking about opening their borders at the end of October this year. So that's quite a way away. But what it does mean is obviously we've started the year off in the worst possible situation, and it's going to ramp up and things are going to get better. Looking towards the second half of this year and Q4 in particular, where we can start to see some sort of revival of the tourism industry. So we've got to hang in there for another couple of months. And obviously with all these restrictions, this has had massive implications in terms of our aviation sector. With obviously you can see there's losses of $118 billion in 2020, huge impact on demand, down 66% globally versus 2009. The implications again for South Africa, this unfortunately is not a great story because we are reliant on air traffic to get to our country for foreign tourists. So without having a national airline with SAA in a tailspin, and reliant on global airlines that are actually only going to service us if they have got high yield, they've got, in other words, they've got many bums on seats, and it's worth their while. They are not going to do it just for the sake of or the love of South Africa. They're not going to run empty flights. But on the positive side, we have seen big airlines who are very keen to come back to South Africa, and have also continued to fly to South Africa even during the lockdown. So we won't be left high and dry, but the implications are that it's probably going to cost more to get to South Africa in the next couple of years. So this is something that is going to have implications on our foreign tourism industry. So if we have a look just in terms of our foreign tourism arrivals to South Africa, what we've experienced over the last couple of years. So you see this graph, our teal colored bars are basically our total number of foreign tourists that we've had from 2010 through to 2019. So you can see here that we have actually experienced a compound average growth rate of 3%, a whopping 3%, given that over the same period, globally, international tourism grew at between 4.5% and 5%. So we have had very lackluster performance in our tourism sector, our foreign tourism sector, from 2010 to 2019. Driven in particular by a lot of own goals. If you remember, going backwards in 2015, and we had the visa debacle, and we had to claw our way back out of that. It's not necessarily totally resolved yet, but it is better. So a lot of the implications of all of this is that a lot of the reason why things haven't happened is because we've created our own sad state of affairs. And then globally, every country's obviously suffered from COVID, but we dropped 69% from 2019 to 2020. 69%, but bearing in mind that we actually had almost 3 months of normal tourism last year. And then we had a couple of months of basically no tourism when we were in total lockdown. And then as international borders opened, we started to get a trickle of visitors. And we were hoping for a more buoyant December than we actually experienced, but then obviously globally and South Africa, we were hit by second surges. So we've had to rely on domestic tourism because there have been no foreign tourists to actually support our tourism industry. And there's been pros and cons with regard to the tourism industry. Overall, I have to tell you that that is another positive light that has come out of COVID is the fact that our domestic tourism industry has managed to grow quite significantly. We don't have the stats, I acknowledge that. But what we have definitely seen, and anecdotally definitely seen, is rise of a new middle class of traveller. This is something we've been pushing for many, many years. In fact, since prior to 1994, where we wanted to get ordinary South Africans out and about travelling and experiencing and enjoying the country that they live in. And the opportunities that COVID has created, because you who are listening and our travel and tourism sector have had to pivot and say, I now need to look at what I can reap out of the domestic market. So the domestic market is starting to feel a bit loved. They're starting to recognize that, hey, this industry does care about us. And they do want us to visit. So I urge all of you, that those of you that have ventured into the domestic tourism market, please don't abandon the domestic tourism market now. Please continue to, those of you that have changed your marketing strategies to actually attract the domestic market, thank you, we appreciate that. We know that it was difficult for many to pivot, to actually find ways of attracting these new markets, but we really do appreciate what has happened. And the industry and the South Africans in general are very happy to be part of this tourism industry, and it can only benefit the tourism industry going forward, because we all know, I don't know if maybe we don't all know this, but successful tourism industries globally are built on, firstly, successful domestic tourism industries. So foreign tourism should actually rather be the cream on the top and not be the basis of the tourism industry, which is unfortunately what we have had up until now. We've relied primarily on the foreign market, and domestic tourism has been sort of like a little bit of an ad hoc. Whereas what we should be doing as an industry as a whole, we should be basing our industry on domestic market, and then having foreign as sort of the add-on. From the not so great side, from the domestic perspective, obviously we actually could only really rely on the leisure market, because the business market has been pretty much dead. Business travel is hardly happening. It is happening, but not nearly to the extent that it was before. So, and this has impacts on hotels in particular. So the leisure market has been appealed by Airbnb products, self-catering products, places that are quite flexible in terms of sizing, how you can travel, when you can travel. But the the hotels and those that rely more on the MICE market or your meetings market and your business market have really not been able to reap much of the benefits from the domestic opportunities. It will come back, but it will take a while, unfortunately. And will it come back to the same level? That's questionable. The key thing to get the domestic market going is obviously economic growth. And we need to get meetings back on track so that we can get face-to-face opportunities and generating demand for the broader tourism industry as well. And then just as a side, in terms of the total impact that COVID has had on our tourism industry, we have done some calculations in terms of what we think the loss has been. And we're saying that for the last year, from lockdown last year, which was the 26th of March, until roughly the 25th of March this year, we would have lost 220 billion rand in our economy. 220 billion rand. That's roughly 600 million rand a day in that over the 365-day period, due to the fact that our travel and tourism industry has not been functioning properly. And I just want to point out that this is based on 2018 numbers, because we don't have the 2019 numbers. So, we haven't inflated it to these years. And this is only the direct impact. So it's only the direct spend that has been lost. What we haven't calculated here is the indirect and the induced spend. So we haven't calculated the impact on the egg farmer. We haven't calculated the impact of the loss of salaries and the fact that people without salaries are not spending in the economy as well. So this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what the actual total impact has been on our economy, because our travel and tourism sector has not been able to function properly. And just to sort of, for those of you who are interested in terms of what happened to our hotel occupancies last year, so the red dots are the monthly occupancies for open hotels last year, and the teal dots are was for the full range of hotels that subscribe to STR. So this is STR data. But you can see obviously the bloodbath that happened, whereas we got 62% average occupancy for our hotels in 2019, and across the open hotels, we got 32% average occupancy. And bearing in mind that a hotel needs 40 to 50% occupancy to sort of break even on an annual basis, you can imagine the financial strain that the hotels have been. And this is obviously just indicative because everybody in the travel and tourism sector has suffered as well. And then the rates, once again, this is the red dots is 2020, and it's for open hotels, and the teal dots were the 2019 average monthly rates. So you can see overall for all hotels that there was a drop of 18% from 1,200 Rand in 2019 to 1,000 Rand in 2020. But in reality, so what this is saying to us, okay, the hotels obviously recognize that there was only to a certain extent that you could actually drop your rates because people are not going to come. So there's no point in dropping it too much. But what is likely to have happened as well is that there was less discounting via intermediaries, but there was more direct discounting to guests. So the intermediaries are the ones that have suffered as well here because they had little role to play in the entire value chain. So after having a look at where we've come from, when will tourism return? Okay, so this graph talks about the teal is what's happened, and the grey is our forecast in terms of where things are likely to go to. So what we have done, we have considered things like vaccination at source country as well as destination country. So vaccination rollout within South Africa and in our key source markets as well. And 2021, we have to be realistic, is unlikely to be much different in terms of total demand than what we achieved in 2020. And the reasoning being, as I mentioned to you, is because 2020, we had 3 months of normal tourism. Apologies. Whereas 2021, although we had, we're unlikely to get those 3 months of normal tourism. We are expecting a pickup in the last quarter of the year, but we're not expecting it to be back to normal. So we are going to see the improvement through the year, but overall the year is basically dismal. And as vaccines get rolled out, as economies start to pick up, as people start to get a bit more money, we will start to see quite a rapid return to high tourism levels. But in reality, back to 2019 levels, probably only around about 2024. And then if we happen to grow at if we reached our 2019 levels by 2024, if we happen to grow at 6% per annum thereafter, well, we can get to just under 14 million by 2030. But 6% growth per annum is going for it, because that would be above global normal environment global growth in tourism, which is roughly 4.5 to 5%. And if you remember, we had a target of 21 million by 2030. This was pre-COVID. We had that target. If we want to get to that, if we still want to get to that, well, then we have, once we hit back to our 2024 levels, our 2019 levels in 2024, we're going to have to grow at a CAGR of around about 13% per annum to get to 21 million by 2030. So, although it's tough and the future looks tough, I do believe that we have all picked up a lot of strategies and a lot of techniques that will help us to get even to our target of 21 million by 2030. It is possible, but it does mean that we have to have a marketing campaign that compels people to come to South Africa. We need to have a range of supply that is very broad, very deep, top quality, that's to attract people into the country, and then an offering a variety of authentic experiences. And then we need to have policies and procedures. Key, we need to have policies and procedures in place that allow for travel and tourism to thrive, and that we don't score any more own goals. So, for example, our visa regulations, our vehicle registrations, all of that's got to be smooth sailing. We should be all businesses should be able to operate easily and freely, so that we can maximize the potential of our tourism industry. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague Jabulani, who's going to share with you some tactics and some recommendations in terms of pivoting and tackling the new world.
Thank you, Leanne. With that context provided by my colleague Leanne, and also the resilience required by my colleague Christelle, I think it's important that as a tourism sector, we start to consider tactics and strategies that we need to make sure our businesses are not only resilient in a still COVID environment, but also thrive in a post-COVID environment. So before we think of tactics, we have to understand in terms of what's the market demand recovery likely going to be. My colleague Leanne has touched a bit on the projected recovery in terms of expecting, for example, international tourism to only start showing signs of picking up towards the fourth quarter of this year. But I mean, as an industry, a generally accepted effect is that the recovery of the sector is going to be in 3 stages. Firstly, the domestic tourism market is going to start the recovery, followed immediately by the regional market. In the South African context, the regional market includes visitors from our neighboring SADC countries and perhaps the rest of the African continent. Then lastly, it will be followed by the international or rather overseas market, especially our historically core-source markets such as Europe, North America, and the emerging markets such as Asia Asia to an extent South America. So from a market demand segment perspective, we have to consider the reasons people travel and how those market segments are likely going to recover as we move towards a post-COVID environment, and also consider the prerequisite for reignition of those market segments. First, the first market segments rather that are likely going to recover include the visiting family and relatives, which also includes a substantial portion of leisure travel, especially in the South African context. Because when you look at the South African tourism report on the domestic tourism market, a substantial percentage of the purpose of visit is visiting friends and relatives, but a substantial a portion of that entails people visiting those families and relatives and friends for leisure purposes, not for the sake of visiting those friends. Looking at the prerequisite for the VFR and the leisure market to start the reignition, we're going to require effective and broadly applied health protocols, and those health protocols have already started. We notice, especially from the South African context, the South African tourism sector adopted world standard health protocols for the reopening of operations of our tourism sector, and those have been increasingly and broadly applied across all the entire value chain of the tourism sector. The VFR and also leisure has also benefited greatly from ease restrictions on travel. We did see in between the first surge in South Africa and the second surge, there was green shoots in terms of the domestic market taking up the opportunity not only to visit family and friends, but also to partake in leisure pursuit, especially in outdoor or remote areas where COVID cases have been quite low, and the risk of contracting or transmitting COVID has been quite low as well. Another prerequisite for the VFR and leisure market is increased economic activity. Leanne highlighted that because of the massive impact that the pandemic has had, not only for the tourism sector, but for other sectors of the economy, has had a massive impact in terms of job losses and also the aggregate impact in terms of the disposable income of our domestic market to partake in tourist activities. So increased economic activity is going to have the net result of increased disposable income, which will allow our domestic travel market to travel. And lastly, vaccination. Vaccination applies across all the market segments, but it's also quite important to sustain the confidence of the VFR and leisure market to travel without the necessary worry for the predicted third and fourth wave surges. The next market that is going to shortly follow the VFR and leisure market is going to be the youth travel market, primarily because the market, and it's not only a South African phenomenon, but it's applicable throughout the globe. It's a very resilient and also risk-averse market. So the same prerequisite that apply to VFR and leisure would still apply to the youth travel market to reignite them or to incentivize them to travel. Effective and broadly applied health protocols and ease restrictions on travel. After those three, if you will, a market segment, VFR, leisure, and youth travel, we're going to see a growth in business travel. It has been pointed out previously that there is a limited business travel at this point, primarily driven by a business travel that must happen. We're anticipating that as the COVID numbers are better managed, and also as the restrictions on travel and also the economic activity is reduced, there's going to be an increasing need for business travel, not only of sales representatives or technicians, but all other professionals in the business tourism or other business travel market. And the last markets, if you will, that are going to be the last to recover includes schools group, religious groups, sports and events, and also the meeting incentive, conferencing and events, exhibition market rather. This is primarily because those markets require gatherings of a sizable number of people. And as is current regulation, not only in South Africa, but in most countries around the globe, gatherings are restricted to either 50 in case of indoor events or 100 or more in case of outdoor events. We have seen a positive sign, for example, in countries such as Australia and New Zealand, which have managed their COVID pandemic quite well in the last year. They have allowed, for example, a spectator attendance in sports and cultural events, which is quite encouraging for us in South Africa as we move towards a more sustained period of low COVID cases. For those markets as well, what would be important would be effective and broadly applied protocols, as it is with all other markets. Low active cases, not only at the destination, but also in the source market, especially if you consider regional and also overseas travel, and also rapid and widespread vaccination. It's important that our vaccination program in South Africa mirrors or matches insofar as possible the vaccination program and speed, more importantly, that is experienced in our source markets. For example, if Europe is progressing at more than, as Leanne mentioned, more than our at 3.6%, or rather 3.6 per 100 people, we need to be around that or close to that for us to gain confidence as a destination that we are open for business. And it's important that that vaccination program also gains momentum in source markets, because then the confidence would start and the appetite for travel will start, and they'll be interested to visit not only our destination, but the neighboring countries as well. Looking at the trends from a supply perspective, what we've noticed, especially from a hotel perspective, I mean, there's been an increasing need for self-catering accommodation without, the typical bed and breakfast served buffet style in a main dining area or main foyer. We've also seen a reduction in human contact or human touch, especially in the reception areas of hotels, and an increase in the usage of technology. We've also noticed, I mean, it's linked to the first point, the rise of apart hotels, which is a combination of apartments, self-catering apartments, with the convenience and experience of a hotel, which is linked, like I said, to the first bullet point. An important trend, just from an operational efficiency and saving of cost perspective, is the increasing leaner and multi-skilled staff structures in hotel because of the increase in, for example, just the cleaning and also the hygiene protocol, the increased cost in that. Hotels have had to look at other areas where they can drive saving as much as possible. So it's likely that going forward, we're going to see an increasingly leaner and multi-skill staff structures across a formal accommodation, especially hotels. From a B&B and guest house perspective, the key trend is cleanliness and professionalism. We all know a number, certainly in South Africa, a number of our B&Bs, especially in secondary towns and cities or in remote areas, do not have the same hygiene protocols or professionalism that we often come across in formal accommodations such as hotel. So there's an increasing move towards that in light of the COVID pandemic. There's also new approaches to hosting. Instead of you staying at a B&B in Newcastle and being hosted by and sharing breakfast with the host in their dining area, guest house and B&B owners are seeking new ways to host their guests. And that is linked to an increasing need for exclusive use accommodation, either acquiring a section or rather booking a section of the facility or booking the entire facility for your traveling party or group to have exclusive use as part of traveling in some sort of a bio-bubble. From a caravan and camping perspective, there's been increased demand as we have certainly seen in South Africa. Certainly where I am in Gauteng, there's been an increased demand from a camping and caravan perspective, purely because of the limited risk that outdoor activities and pursuits present from a COVID perspective, and that has created opportunities in terms of, especially for product owners that own camping and caravaning facilities, to provide camping gear sales or second-hand products, and also interest in RV hire, similar to what is common in much of the United States. From an intermediary's perspective, the people that often help travelers in just facilitating their travel, be they tour operators, travel agents, and the like. There's an increasing shift towards finding new ways of paying, things like travel now, pay later, or pay over a period. The one major risk for this supply aspect in the tourism value chain has been an increasing squeeze on fees, primarily because travelers now, instead of going through a travel agent or booking agent, are booking directly with product owners, be they attractions or accommodation establishment, which has had a significant impact on the revenue that intermediaries can generate. From a trip and transport operator perspective, we see an increasing need for smaller loads that offer greater flexibility and control to travelers without too many fixed or set itineraries. We're also increasingly seeing alternative uses of assets, with a view of sweating the assets as much as possible to not only be in a position to keep operations ongoing, but to as my colleague Christelle indicated, to ensure that the business becomes resilient. And that is linked to the sharing economy in terms of either pooling some of your vehicles to sharing economy apps such as Uber and Bolt in South Africa, for example. There's also, from a supply perspective, which is something that was not as prominent in the market until the last year, the remote working, which has provided the supply from a tourism perspective opportunities in terms of attracting long stays, travelers, not only domestically, in terms of people who reside in Joburg choosing to go stay, for example, for a month in Jeffreys Bay and work remotely, just so that they can enjoy the lifestyle that being at the coast provides. But for that, the requirements are strong connectivity in terms of Wi-Fi and internet to enable people to work. quite effectively remotely. And there's an increasing shift towards work, stay, and play in more or less the same environment, which brings us to the last point from a supply perspective, which is a co-working spaces. There's been growth in office on the go demand and shared spaces, specifically for those who are working remotely, like the example that I made. Someone who resides permanently in Johannesburg but has traveled to Knysna or Jeffreys Bay for a week or for a month to work there might from time to time require office facilities to go about their business. So there's opportunities as well from a co-working space perspective. After identifying those supply trends, the natural question becomes then, will we travel again? And the short answer is yes, but the main issue currently now is market confidence, specifically from a risk of contracting and also transmitting COVID. And for those who are traveling across borders, the risk of being confined or rather subjected to quarantine for extended period, which for most people, whether you're traveling for leisure or business, is not viable. If you, for example, if you travel now to the UK, you're required by law to quarantine for at least 10 days in designated hotels. For most people, whether you're traveling for leisure or for business, that's 10 days you cannot afford in your entire trip. From a supply perspective, the products and services are available and waiting. What would be important in the recovery of the sector would be to provide some products, the working capital to restart, because a number of products have tapped into their reserve to keep their operations going and to provide some relief and support to their staff. So from a supply perspective, South Africa still has the very same products and services that were in place before COVID, and they're available and waiting. Some might take a while just to be recommissioned or reintroduced for operation. From a demand perspective, there is pent-up demand. We've seen in between the surges that there's been demand. I mean, in my area around Gauteng, we've seen great demand in areas such as Hartbeespoort Dam, the Vaal along the Free State, and further in areas such as the Panorama route in the Lowveld. There's also been green shoots, for example, that we notice in areas such as the Midlands in KZN, and to an extent the Southern Cape just before we had the second surge of the COVID pandemic. And currently, from a demand perspective, as I indicated with caravan and camping, wide open spaces are the new luxury. And from a destination South Africa perspective, South Africa is well positioned to take advantage of that new market need because of our widely distributed, geographically distributed products, and also our vast open spaces, our excellent national parks, and also provincial nature reserve. Looking for the opportunities to reset. I mean, there's a three-step process that operators in the tourism sector should consider with a view of resetting their business to take advantage of the recovery of the industry post-COVID. The first one is to identify new markets and products that your business can potentially introduce, identify new markets to potentially target or attract. Leanne mentioned that some South African products have successfully pivoted from being only orientated or focused on catering for the foreign market to quite successfully serve the domestic market. We've also there's also a need to increase the use of technology wherever possible, But what's important there is to use technology that is easily available, that is not going to load or rather require additional capital to be employed. There's also a need to identify how to strengthen your unique selling points so that your business can be resilient to take advantage of the recovery. From identifying the new markets, technology, strengthening the USP, your business should then move on improving or expanding your product or service. In that step, hygiene protocols are quite important. Effective and consistently applied, it's very important that product owners improve from a hygiene protocol perspective. There's also opportunities to ramp up staff training and awareness, especially in light of the COVID pandemic and the requirements around health and safety. And more broadly, look at how your business can be sustainable, not only sustainable from a market perspective, but also from an operational perspective. How can you drive savings in your operations? And also, how can you ensure through the service and product that you offer to the market, it can generate market demand sustainably going forward. And lastly, capitalize on the favorable exchange rate from a foreign tourist perspective. Our vast and extensive outdoor environment in South Africa, the flexibility and adaptability that has come about because of COVID was now the workforce, if you will, is very flexible in terms of the traditional working hours, and also, like I mentioned, the opportunities to work remotely or work with other people in different environments. And insofar as possible, capitalize on leveraging on the relationships and partnerships that you have. Collaboration, and ultimately strive to build back better, and not only to be resilient and survive, but thrive to build back better so that you can thrive in a post-COVID world. And lastly, just broader tactics and strategies for the bigger us. I think what's important, given the Herculean effort that our health workers have done in not only caring for the sick, but also ensuring that people that are not only in hospital are supported and provided with the health advice that they require. It's important that not only as a destination, but tourism operators, we consider rewarding health workers through discounts and also travel vouchers. Another tactics or strategy is to prioritize frontline tourism and hospitality workers in the vaccination program. And to this effect, it was encouraging to learn that our Minister of Tourism has indicated that they've been in talks with the Department of Health to ensure that frontline workers in the tourism and hospitality sector are considered as part of the phase 2 vaccination program. As I indicated, operators, products and operators in the industry are going to require working capital to restart their operation. It's important that either industry through working capital funds or government in partnership with our commercial banks provide government guaranteed facilities to products so that they can have access to working capital to restart their operation. From a campaigns perspective, I think what's important, given the emphasis that was mentioned earlier around the importance of having a strong domestic market, it's important that the South African tourism, for example, embark on a domestic tourism campaign. For example, 100 reasons to travel in South Africa, just to support the recovery process of the sector. I mean, the good news that we learned is that the 1 billion a budget that was taken away from SA Tourism last year has been restored for this current financial year, which would hopefully enable the South African tourism to be in a position to embark on a extensive and effective domestic tourism campaign to encourage more of our citizens and residents to travel within the country. Importantly, I think this is true for all tourism players and stakeholders. It's important that we make travel and tourism better and not only safer. We can do that by exciting and attracting customers with exceptional travel experiences, giving travelers more choice and control, for example, flexibility in terms of when and how they would like to check in at a hotel or access, attractions, offer greater authenticity in experiences and personalization, so that you differentiate yourself from other destinations or other competitors. And lastly, it's important that tourism operators ensure that in implementing health and hygiene protocols, it is not done in a way that makes travel more difficult. It's important that operators and product owners avoid implementing hygiene protocols in a way that make it difficult for travel. We don't want, although the world adapted and recovered very quickly, we don't want for a similar period as we saw after 9/11 with a greater security checks at airport, which had the net effect of frustrating the transit of people from one place to another. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jabu. Thank you, Jabu, and Christelle, Leanne, thank you very much for excellent presentations. I think you've touched on 3 key things: building resilience, presented by Christelle, and looking at trends and insights and opportunities as presented by Leanne, and Jabu looking at the demand, I would say stimulation, and what the supply trends are. I think these are key things that we need to look into going forward to recover. But we haven't had questions from our delegates, so I would like to ask 1 or 2 things in no particular order. And I think I will start with Christelle, because you were supposed to give us an introduction to the webinar and the benefits of these 3 sessions that we have: the building of resilience, trends and insights, the opportunities that comes with that, plus the demand. I'm more interested in the demand side, and I would like you to possibly break it down for us as an SMME or someone with a small operation running about 40-bedroom hotel. How do I basically practicalize all the presentation that you made, from the resilience to demand recovery? Maybe Christelle, you should start first and give us how you think it could be cascaded down to the operators on the ground at that level. Let's use a 40-bedroom hotel or a conference venue that takes 50 people as a case. Thank you.
Thanks, Kochi. Yeah, so I think the most important aspect for me that I see for SMMEs or smaller businesses or even medium-sized businesses is to look at how do we share information. There's always been an issue regarding access to market, access to information about markets that have come up in a lot of sessions as we've had tourism conferences, etc. And particularly for the smaller business, to be able to access certain information at an affordable price so that they could make business decisions. And I think the one thing that COVID has done is to make this sharing and collaboration more important, more out there. It's more important. People are seeing the need for sharing. I've often thought about the idea of crowdfunding for research. So in my view, there is no reason why a number of players within a certain area, perhaps they are directly in competition. It could be a number of different bed and breakfast owners or small guest house owners, etc., can come together and actually buy research or buy information in respect of what are our markets, what is changing in our markets, what is it that we need to identify. Or you can look at perhaps having a couple of players that come together that fulfill different roles. It could be accommodation together with transport, together with trip operators in a specific destination to say, okay, how do we crowdfund for information on markets so that we know exactly what to do in our markets, so that we can get over this issue of we don't have access to the markets and we don't understand exactly what they need. To me, that is exceptionally important. So definitely different ways of coming. Let's think about those instead of thinking only about the me. This is to me the bigger us, and I'm hoping also to see some bigger players then playing in those markets, because it's going to need all of us in the end, and not just the big players, to actually make some of these destinations reignite and grow. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Christelle. I think it's very pertinent. Basically, collaboration is one of the critical success factors in building resilience from your answer. And I'll look at it basically looking at backward and forward integrate, getting the small and the bigger operators to work together. Leanne, let's come to you. From opportunities, we see the bigger hotels have really struggled. And as Christelle said, the medium one, because their cost structures are much higher than the smaller operators, not disregarding the fact that the smaller operators are hardly hit. Now, as bigger operators, which possibly may not belong to international group, what opportunities specifically in South Africa are currently available for them as far as business continuity is concerned, looking at the figures and the statistics that you just shared?
Kwachi, I suppose they need to think introspectively in terms of where do they want their business to go into the future. We always know that hotels are viewed as a property asset, as a higher risk investment compared to office space or residential or industrial space, purely from the fact that you have to sell a room 365 days a year. So people who are in hotels already are acutely aware of the challenges faced with having to sell those rooms daily. So they generally are slightly more risk averse, but they also don't necessarily have the deep pockets to support them or to support their working capital through this prolonged period of limited to no demand. So there have been different strategies that have been adopted. Some have opted and closed totally, reduced staff, taken staff away. Others have worked on mothballing certain rooms. And some have even pivoted to say, actually, maybe we're not going to operate as a hotel for the time being. Maybe we're going to reconfigure our rooms into apartments, into office facilities, into student accommodation, so into long stay visits. But quite a lot of flexibility has been the key to the answer in terms of how can we flex our assets and sweat our assets to get more revenue, or to get some revenue at this point, out of the assets that we've got. So reconfiguring meeting spaces. Meeting spaces are a big challenge because you've got big, vast places, bits of real estate that are not being operated and utilized. And so converting those into storage areas, restaurants or additional dining for spaced out dining. Co-working facilities is also quite a popular way of looking at it, and really looking at the hotel going forward in terms of making it more, as Jabulani was saying, a place that you not just sleep at and you have breakfast at, but the place that you eat, sleep, work, socialize, so it becomes an environment that is totally encapsulating, a place that you want to be, so that you bring the coffee shop to the hotel, as opposed to going out to a coffee shop, and making it more of that environment that the hotels of old, if you want to call it, but were modernized, using tech to make sure that we maximize the spaces that we've got. Hope that answers the question, quick question to some extent.
Thank you very much. No, can I go to the next question, please? Can I go live, please? Thank you very much. I think what I got from what both of you have said, we are looking at general business process ranging and repurposing the facilities to make sure we are survive and possibly recover and continue businesses. Jabu, on your, I know you've given us a whole lot of tactics, and as I said, the demand recovery and the supply side. Now, looking at South Africa and looking at those in the remote areas, lodges and facilities in the outlying areas, or in the national and the major national park, office spaces and sharing and also the tactics that we're all looking at. To be your recommendation for lodges and facilities in communities outside the major cities, outside the major provinces, Northern Cape, Southern Cape, looking at places like I said, Kruger, Malanga, and stuff like that. How do they recover? Jabu, did I lose Jabulani? Hello?
Thank you, Kwachi. I think an important tactics for the recovery of those products that you've mentioned that are based in remote areas, in national parks,
can you hear me?
Or in far-flung places such as the Northern Cape, is to consider, for example, what's the key currency now during the lockdown process. The key currency has been connectivity. So by making investment in Wi-Fi or internet connectivity is an important step in them being resilient going forward. But over and above that, because with a greater connectivity and Wi-Fi infrastructure, they are able to attract professionals or families that have been cooked up in urban centers such as Johannesburg, Durban, and the other major centers in South Africa. So by providing that a new environment that has the same connectivity as in an urban environment is a key strategy. Paired with providing connectivity, it's important that they also provide services and attractions for leisure, so that visitors or families can do activities and do attractions during that downtime, because people don't go to school or go to work for 24 hours in a day. So during those periods when they are not working, it's important that the activities or events, attractions that they could partake in to make their stay enjoyable while working or learning in a different environment than the one that they are used to in the main urban center. So for me, those would be the two key things: to invest in internet connectivity, and also to invest in activities and attractions that will attract visitors, especially from main centers such as Johannesburg, Tshwane, Durban, and Cape Town. Thank you.
So I think that we have lost our moderator. So what I would like to suggest is that we move on to the next presentation.
Leanne, maybe just a suggestion. There is a question on the Q&A. Maybe you wouldn't mind taking that question. There was a question about how best can business collaborate with local tourism association as partner, for example, Soweto Tourism, particularly big business tourism and with, I guess, the smaller tourism associations.
If I'm hearing you correctly, is how do we collaborate or not should we? Because I think should we?
How best? Yeah.
How best? And I think, you know, Christelle, that really goes back to your opening address when we talked about building resilience. And one of the key components of building resilience was about collaboration. And collaboration, so really this is something we need to do. We need to have little associations and little businesses combining with big businesses and big associations. We all need to work together, and we need to identify what is our common objective here, and work together in achieving that. And to me, things like what you mentioned in terms of the crowdfunding for research is best facilitated through your tourism associations, through little tourism associations, through big tourism associations. Little tourism associations are easier to try and coordinate something like that and make it more meaningful for you as an operator, by collaborating through your smaller tourism associations. But the key is marketing. The key is marketing, and this is best achieved from a collaborative approach and through a joint approach. It's not easy to go off and market the Drakensberg when you've got a little lodge in the hills of the Drakensberg. You need to market the Drakensberg first, or market the destination first, before you can market your actual facility. So that's why collaboration is so important. So please form part of your associations. Please be active members of your association. So don't just be a member, but be active. Encourage collaboration, enforce collaboration. Look at how you can benefit through collaboration. And as Christelle mentioned up front, even with your competitors, because what you're going to get out of the collaborative deal will be different to what your competitor's going to get out of it. And by working together, we can grow and we can make this tourism industry so much bigger and stronger going forward. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yes, thanks. I think that's great. But I think we can go on to your next presentation.
Great, thank you. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So really what I'm going to be talking about is actually accessing funding. So this is a big challenge that we've all been faced with historically. So it's not only a COVID issue. Funding is probably one of the biggest challenges in our travel and tourism sector, getting new businesses off the ground, maintaining businesses, growing and expanding businesses. And on the next slide, I'm going to talk firstly about the Tourism Equity Fund. Now, the Tourism Equity Fund is a hotly discussed topic at the moment. How do I access the Tourism Equity Fund? How can I benefit from the Tourism Equity Fund? So I'm going to take you through it just to give you a little bit of information about how the Tourism Equity Fund actually works. So this was launched, as many of you probably know, a few weeks ago by the Minister of Tourism and President Ramaphosa. So it's the first time we've actually had an equity fund, specifically aimed from a transformation perspective. In reality, this is long overdue. We need to look at it realistically. Our tourism industry is not transformed. And this is going to be a 3-year fund. It's actually kicking off in reality, although they are assessing claims at the moment or applications at the moment, the money is only available from the 1st of April this year. And as mentioned, it's a 3-year fund going forward. Its objective is really for meaningful opportunities for Black people to enter the tourism industry. And when I mean meaningful, we're looking particularly at medium to large sized opportunities in the sector. And the reason why it's focused at this, because we know that our tourism industry, as I mentioned, is largely not transformed. And if you segment it into three broad areas, we've got our very large and large businesses. There's not very many of them, but they are pretty much transformed. They've got black ownership they've got black managers, the staff are well transformed. So there's not much that can be manipulated there or changed there. From an SSME, and when I'm talking about SMME, I'm talking about small and micro businesses. The barriers to entry into the tourism sector are realistically quite low. If you have a house, you can convert it into a B&B. You can have a taxi and convert it into a wheels operator. You can become a tour guide, etc. So that the entry level, the micro businesses, we've also created quite a lot of opportunities for micro businesses, black-owned micro businesses in the tourism sector. The biggest challenge is in the medium-sized businesses, and by national standards, we won't sort of call a 10 million or even 100 million rand business that much of a medium business. It's probably on the smaller side, but in the tourism sector, this is a medium-sized business. And it's been very difficult for black entrepreneurs to actually enter the sector for a number of reasons. The one is access to capital, and the other one is access to knowledge, contacts, and experience. And the access to capital is the bit that this tourism equity fund is planning to address, and to some extent the access to knowledge and experience. So what the fund is saying is that to benefit from it, the beneficiaries of the fund have to be at least 51% black owned and managed. So not just an owned business with a white manager behind it, 100% black owned and managed. They must be South African businesses as well, because obviously this is taxpayers' money. This is, and we don't want to be benefiting businesses that are not South African or opportunities that are not in South Africa. They're also saying that the fund is only going to target opportunities that are at least transaction value is a minimum of 10 million. So that's what we're talking about, that sort of medium-sized business. Yes, 10 million is still small, but they're trying to get 10 million and upwards in terms of value of the transaction value. If you've got a smaller opportunity, there is the Tourism Transformation Fund, which is run by the NEF for small and micro businesses, and I'll talk a little bit about that just now. So the Tourism Equity Fund, it will cover the entire tourism sector, which is including your accommodation, conference centres, attractions, tour operators, travel agents. It doesn't seem to cover restaurants and catering, unless they are part of any of the other types of attractions. So standalone restaurants, standalone catering businesses don't seem to be covered by the Tourism Equity Fund. So on the next slide, I'm just going to go a little bit more. So the fund size, it is mentioned in the press that the fund size is roughly 1.2 billion in size. And as I mentioned, that's over 3 years. The money is not available. 1.2 billion is not available on the 1st of April. It's split over 3 years. So it's 400 million approximately for 3 years. And the source of the funds is from the National Department of Tourism. And the National Department of Tourism, if I'm correct, is around about 560 million that they're allocating over the 3 years. Okay, and that will be utilized purely for grant funding. In addition to that, SEFA, the Small Enterprise Financing Agency, who is administering the fund, has said that they will provide up to 15 million rand of debt funding at very favorable rates. That goes in conjunction with the grant funding. And then finally, the third opportunity is debt funding from a strategic banking partner. In other words, they will help to facilitate some sort of debt funding, which then together adds up to the 1.2 billion. Okay, so the grant funding component is only the 560 million that's coming from the Department of Tourism. And the grant funding, the maximum grant that you can get is 20 million per application or per project or per opportunity. And the grant is intended for the equity component only of the project or the development. And it's based on what's the rule of thumb in the tourism and in particular the hospitality sector we call the 40-60 rule. And that when you develop or you buy or invest in a tourism opportunity and in a hospitality opportunity, ideally to make it, because of the unreliability of future demands, to make it a viable opportunity, you should have maximum 60% debt in the business. So the 40% relates to equity, 60% relates to debt. So your 40%, the grant, is only for the equity component of the opportunity. It's not for the entire opportunity. And I'll give you some examples just now about what I mean by that. And the grant, the maximum 20 million that you can get, is also dependent on you meeting certain requirements that they have put forward. And I'm going to go through those requirements just now. So basically, they will pro rata that 20 million downwards. Even if you're eligible for the full 20 million, they will pro rata it downwards depending on how you meet their specific requirements. So, and as mentioned, the CIFA 15 million goes in hand with that grant component. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so what will they fund? TEF will fund acquisitions. So if you want to buy an existing tourism or hospitality business, if you want to build something new from scratch, develop something new from scratch, they will fund that as well. They will also fund expansion. So you have an establishment and you want to expand, add additional rooms, put some capital back into the business, they will fund that. And they will fund the working capital components that are needed for any of the above. So for your expansion, for your acquisition, or for your new build, they will fund the working capital components of that. They will not fund working capital for distressed businesses. So just because you are more than 51% Black owned and you've battled like every other business through these very tough periods, they will not fund your working capital now. So unfortunately, that's not going to happen. They will also not fund any operations outside of South Africa. So even if you're a South African business and you found an opportunity at Vic Falls, they're not going to fund that. Any opportunity or an entity, they will not fund the entity where white people have ownership more than 49% and where non-South African citizens have ownership in the entity as well. So this is quite a challenge. So you can't, even if you're 51% Black owned and your partner in your entity is non-South African who owns the other 49 or 10% or 20%, unfortunately they won't fund that opportunity. So you have to look at restructuring it in terms of without South African citizens. In addition, they won't be funding sole proprietors. You've got to form a company. So if you don't have a company in place, you need to form a company so you can actually be funded for this, which makes sense. You're looking at a medium-sized opportunity. This is not an SMME type of opportunity. And the next slide, please. Okay, so now I mentioned the fact that they will only fund, the grant funding is only for your 40% equity component. And that grant funding, the opportunity for the grant funding will be reduced depending on how you address or don't address the requirements of the TEF. But the first thing is, if you're looking to access funds from the TEF, you've got to have a viable project or deal. Please don't go to the TEF with some wild, hair-raising dream that you've got. And you have to prove viability. You know, if you're buying or if you're expanding or if you're buying an existing business, it's fairly easy to show how that business has performed historically pre-COVID, and you can prove how it's going to going into the future. But if you're starting with an acquisition from scratch, you need to prove that the project is going to be viable and it's a worthwhile project to fund. Even if you're acquiring or even if you're expanding, you also need to really motivate why it will be viable going forward if you invest that additional money. So don't just go to the TEF because you've got a great idea. You've got to prove that the great idea is going to work. They're also looking, so although they're saying 10 million Rand is their minimum deal size, they're looking for sizable deals too. You know, they don't want to, they want to make a meaningful impact. The funds need to make a meaningful impact on our travel and tourism sector and our economy and on transformation as well. So they're looking to see how can this Black business grow going forward. and grow and become a meaningful player in the travel and tourism sector. In addition, when I talked about the 51% Black ownership, it is imperative that 51% Black ownership is true ownership. It's not tokenism, it's got to be genuine, and it must be also in management. You can't just have ownership, it's got to be in management as well. And that means management at the enterprise level, so the holding company level, as well as operational levels. So you can't just come and sort of put white owners in there, white operators in there. They're looking for real transformation within the business. They're really looking for real Black businesses, medium-sized businesses that have opportunities to grow and flourish. But at the same time, we recognize there's a recognition that we need to build experience and build skills, and that's why that 51% is there, because we understanding that. So if you can prove skills transfer, experience, that experience transfer, experience that will be gained, that adds to the power of your application. Focusing on women and youth empowerment are also important. So we don't have the exact figures, but to me, at minimum alignment to our tourism BEE targets is what should be required in the entity that is applying, in terms of including women and youth in ownership levels, in management levels, etc. as well. Looking for new job creation opportunities. So this is obviously new builds, creating new jobs is key, because we're wanting to be able to create new jobs. Secondary is sustaining existing jobs. So if you can prove that without this funding, the business will not be able to flourish or not be able to survive, with the funding we can sustain the jobs that are there and then grow them going into the future. Looking for new concepts, new ideas, products and services linked to viability. I just put the first point. But we need to ensure that we expand our tourism offering in this country. Our tourism offering in many cases has been, I would call it stayed, boring, same stuff we've been offering for many years. And in fact, I think our tourism product has become, I would call lazy, too much replication of what somebody else is doing. So looking for new concepts, new products, new services that attract new markets, not only domestic markets, foreign markets as well, create new opportunities is something that is very exciting for the travel and tourism industry, and then should also be exciting for the Tourism Equity Fund. And then once again, when we talked about the new markets, servicing underserviced domestic markets, servicing underserviced African markets, opportunities that we haven't looked into. We've been too reliant on overseas markets. African markets hold a lot of potential and opportunity for South Africa. And these we see as underserviced markets in this country. So new products and services that focus on these markets stand quite a good potential in terms of accessing the TEF. And then underserviced regions. So away from your high density tourism areas, looking at new regions, creating that tourism opportunities in what we call underserviced regions also has potential for the TEF. But once again, my caveat linked back to overall viability of the project or the deal. So the next slide, please. So I'm just giving some hypothetical examples, and I'm going back to that 40-60 rule that I was talking about. So deal one, if we have a project of 100 million as an example, that means based on our 40-60 rule, the equity component should be 40 million rand and the debt component, so 60 million rand, should be funded by way of debt. If we tick all the boxes in terms of the requirements from the TEF, we've got a viable deal, we've got the 51% black ownership and at management level, we've got women involved in the deal, we're South Africans, etc., the whole rest. The maximum grant that we can get would be 20 million, because the grant, as I said, applies just to the equity component of what we're looking for, and because the grant is capped for the TEF at 20 million, the maximum grant that is achievable here is 20 million. We would then need to go elsewhere to search for funding for the remaining 20 million equity, and then also for the debt component. Obviously, the CIFA, the 15 million CIFA's loan is an option, and then also the facilitation of debt funding from banks via the TEF and CIFA is also an option, but we can also go our own route in terms of trying to find that additional money. Deal 2 is basically the example of a sort of the perfect size deal that matches for this fund, because if we have a 50 million rand project, 20 million is funded by equity based on our 40-60 rule, 30 million will be funded by way of debt. In this case, we would be eligible, if we tick all the boxes again, for maximum grant of 20 million rand. And I said, and the balance of the funding sourced via the different sources as mentioned. Finally, deal 3, just as an example, I have a 20 million rand deal. Just because I have a 20 million rand deal doesn't mean I can access the 20 million rand grant, because I have to apply once again the 40-60 rule. So my maximum equity that I can get is 8 million, and my debt component will be 12 million that I have to go and raise fund by means of debt. So my maximum grant that I can get here, once again, ticking all the boxes, would be 8 million rand. So I'm cautioning those who think I've got an expansion project for 20 million or 25 million or 18 million. I'm going to go to the TEF and get all of that funding to expand my project, or to sell my business. We're going to sell all of it. We're going to get a grant funding for the entire opportunity. This is not going to happen. Apply the 40-60 rule, and then again, you're going to have to weight down your equity component to that extent that you don't meet the needs or the requirements of the Tourism Equity Fund in terms of particular black female ownership and operational control and things like that. Next slide, please. Okay, so in addition, I just want to quickly point out so in addition to the Tourism Equity Fund, for the smaller businesses that don't meet the 10 million project cap, there is still the Tourism Transformation Fund. It is a small fund. It's got 40 million rand per annum. It is administered by the National Empowerment Fund on behalf of the National Department of Tourism, and is particularly aimed at funding communities, black SMMEs, and the same as the Tourism Equity Fund, it's got a focus on women and youth. It's got the same sort of parameters, it's just the smaller size. And the maximum grant you can get there is 5 million. And it's also, well, it's there to fund expansions, it's there to fund acquisitions, and it's there to fund startups for small and micro businesses. So don't feel left out if you're not able to access the Tourism Equity Fund. I also just want to point out that the Tourism Equity Fund, there's a lot of interest in it. There's a lot of people wanting to apply. But if you think about the 560 million, if they happen to give the full 20 million, it's not a lot of money that they in terms of what they can actually fund, the number of projects that they can fund over the 3-year period. So just consider your timing in terms of when you want to apply, given that the funds will now, there's a lot of they've received lots of applications already. The funds will be, as I mentioned, will be available from the 1st of April, but it'll be replenished again 1st of April next year, and then 1st of April the year after. So you need to think carefully about timing and when you want to access the funds. And at the moment, there's a lot of interest. And then finally, just in terms of funding, on the last slide, I just want to pay some sort of consideration to all of you listening just around working capital. My biggest worry for all of you in the travel and tourism sector is to access working capital when the sector actually kicks off again, because we understand that obviously pockets are not very deep anymore. They've run dry. You've utilized your working capital just to keep afloat, or during these periods of low or no demand. But when tourism actually does kick off again, you're going to have to find working capital to support your businesses and to support that demand going forward, and also to obviously to support those vouchers that you've got, those that you need to honor. And this is something that I'm pleased to hear that the National Department of Tourism is trying its best to work with the banks at the moment to provide support for tourism businesses, or to give them access to working capital to restart the businesses when tourism kicks off again. So my advice to you, if you haven't thought about it, I'm sure a lot of you have, is to be in contact with your bank manager, to be in contact with your funders, and to organize access to working capital for when things do kick off again, so that you can be there going forward. Yeah, and to be able to support our industry, and so that we can achieve our growth objectives and achieve what we're hoping, what we need travel and tourism to contribute to our economy. So, Kwachi, over to you in terms of any questions you might have, and I'm happy to answer any questions when there might be with regard to funding, in particular the TEF or any other types of funding.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Kwachi.
Yes. I think, do you have echo on your side, or is it only on my side?
Only for, I can't hear an echo.
Okay. I think, thank you very much, Leanne. I think it was fantastic again. The question, there is no question from the audience at the moment, but the question that I would like to ask, as entrepreneurs and people wanting to get into the industry as startups and wanting to apply for this funding, can we basically simplify 3 key things that they need to work on as a start to be able to even get the process started? What are the 3 key things? You can take it to 5, or I'll call it 5 critical factors that cannot be negotiated, that they need to make sure they are in play before even they think of getting the funding. I know you've mentioned a lot of them, but I would like you to recap those 5 or 3, okay, at least 3 of them.
Okay, so Kwachi, rule number 1, feasibility study or viability study.
Christelle, can you hear me?
It's Leanne, can you hear me? I'm talking. Can you hear me, Kwachi?
Yes,
okay.
I can.
Okay. So rule number 1, as I mentioned, is the viability or feasibility study. And the reason why this is so important is that we need to be able to prove where your revenues are going to come from. So without a feasibility study, you cannot prove who your markups are going to be for your product or your service, and how much they're going to spend, and when are they going to visit. All of those key bits of information that's important to drive the revenue figures, which is important from a financial perspective. So that's rule number 1. Make sure you assess the viability and the feasibility of what you're looking at. And also, Kwachi, I just want to point out that it's important that that viability or that feasibility is objective. So going to sit in your office by yourself and putting together figures is probably not a good idea. You need to make sure that it's supported by information that justifies the figures that you've come up with, or that you've got. So that viability study is important. Then in addition, you need to have your financial projections in place. You need to know what is it going to cost to develop, or to develop what you want. And then you need to say, what sort of return on investment am I going to get? So you need proper financial projections, so you can see what your cost revenues are going to be, what your costs are going to be, and what your return on capital is going to be at the end of the day. And once again, this links back to viability. If it's not a positive IRR, you're not going to get funding. It's got to be a positive IRR in terms of, and something that funders would be interested in. Then the TEF is not a charity. They want to make sure that the business is going to be there for the next 20 years. They want to make sure that it's going to create jobs, and they want to make sure that it's going to make meaningful transformation in the tourism sector. So that links back to my next point about transformation. So it's not just about 51% Black ownership. It's about transformation, showing that how So if you can show how you're looking to expand and grow within the sector beyond that initial acquisition or that initial development that you're looking for, but also how you're going to grow your staff, how you're going to grow your management, and then how you're going to grow yourself and your business, because that's what we want to see. We want to see Black businesses playing a meaningful role in our tourism sector going forward. So that is key as well. And then obviously the final point is making sure that there is Black female ownership involved there as well. And this again, to me, is, I think, collaboration again. It could be the answer for many, to make sure that you're collaborating. So that you maximize the opportunities, you maximize the learnings that you get. Also, I just want to say, don't go it alone. You need to look for partners, partners with experience and partners that can help you achieve what you want to achieve once your operations are up and running, and also to get you to up and running situation. Pachi, while we're just waiting, I just want to make a point in terms of management buyouts and employee share ownership schemes. So although these are not necessarily off or on the table for the TEF, you need to make sure that you tick the right boxes and that you are achieving what you want to achieve. So a management buyout or an employee share ownership scheme that happens to take 51% of a business, acquires 51% of a business, you need to make sure that there is meaningful transformation, that there are meaningful people available to run the business going forward, and that the controls are not necessarily still happening by a white person on the side. So once again, it has to be meaningful, and with an aim to show how this is going to really transform the sector going forward. And it must be obviously not. It's not only at operational level; it's also at enterprise level that this needs to happen. Kwachi, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Leanne. I think you've hit straight on the nail. I think what I'm hearing is that you need to get your ducks in a row, but however, you got to get the professionals like yourself to be able to advise and make sure that the documents are meeting the requirements of the TFE and CIFA, and to make sure that they are also professionally researched and documented to make sure you are able to access the funding and not just sit and do a matches box calculation and present to the TFE, because that will not help. I think you also emphasize the point that we look at the woman empowerment issue as far as presenting our proposals to the TFE, as well as that of the youth, and we should make sure there's no fronting as far as Black and white people are concerned. So these are some of the criteria that we need to consider when. I think for delegates, I think it's important you take note of the contact details of our colleagues there, so that if you have any further questions, you can write to them. And once again, if you want to engage on the funding or you need assistance, I'm sure our colleagues between Christelle, Leanne and Jebu will be able to assist you from that perspective. On this note, I think I just want to get a cue from my colleague out there. I propose we continue. As the break might possibly pose a couple of issues and challenges for us. If we are in agreement, let's keep going. If I'm not,
yes,
I know
let's keep
Jack
going.
Nell is ready. Doc, are you ready? Hello.
Thank you, Koche.
Can you hear me clearly, Doc?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay. So our next presenter is Dr. Jack Nell. He's a director of BDO People and Business Solutions. So all that we've spoken about, without him, we will not be able to move forward. So he's somebody very important we need to know. Yaku started his career with Parliament, and South Africa in '95 as HR generalist, where he played a major role in formulating Powerhouse People asset management strategy and the transformation policies. He then joined Value Logistics as the group HR manager in 2005, where he was tasked with transforming the role of HR in growing company with diverse business interests. Yaku joined BDO in the role of Group HR Director, and he has established himself as a work transformation specialist and has assisted to formulate and implement HR strategy that support its business objectives. I think we are in a very good hands. As I said, we've learned about the tourism, the taxes going forward, but without the human capital and in the current situation, without transformation, we'll not be able to progress. So Doc, we leave our lives in your good hands to show us the way forward as far as transforming our industries and moving forward is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Kochi. If we can go to the first slide. Health organizations, as we call them, are internally aligned around a clear vision and strategy, and they can execute to a high quality thanks to strong capabilities, management processes, and employee motivation. And they can also renew themselves more effectively than their rivals do. In short, health today drives performance tomorrow. This theory was, however, seriously challenged by COVID, which created chaos in all aspects of our lives and in business. Chaos theory implies that the future is not predictable based on past events, as it used to be thought to be. You can't manage chaos. The very best you can do is shepherd people in the right direction, let them use their knowledge, the energy, and the ingenuity to self-organize the chaos. So then, why do organizations continue to focus on finance and operations, often to the exclusion of people? It is my opinion that dealing with people is very difficult. It's emotional, it's time-consuming, and it's outside the comfort zone of many people in leadership positions. Dealing with the finance and operations makes way more sense to us, and sometimes dealing with the people doesn't. On the next slide, we sort of address how do we deal with this omission. And that is through introducing chaos and complexity theory to support agility, innovation, and novel thinking around especially people, processes, structures, and also remuneration. On the next slide, then, what should we do about that? Winston Churchill said, "Never waste a good crisis." The impact of COVID on the world of work is as profound, in my opinion, as the impact of globalization had on the world of work at the turn of the century. The real opportunity for optimization is locked in the way different dimensions of organizational frameworks with regards to the structures, the workforce processes, and technology interact with each other. So on the next slide, let's look at the trends and how you should align your own business to adapt to the future world of work in a time of chaos and complexity. So, and these trends are basically flexible workforce, remote work, skills alignment, job design, employee engagement. How do we deal with productivity? How do we adapt our remuneration models? And what kind of leadership skills do we need going forward? So on the next slide, if we look at the flexible workforce basically speaks to a remote workforce. It speaks to a workforce in demand that can span various boundaries. It speaks to skills in demand, and how do you align your current workforce to have those skills that's in demand. I think on a practical point, and I want to delve more a bit on the practical side, and what does this mean to you in the industry if you whilst you scale up and scale down. So the first thing is, if you look at remote workforce, skills in demand, workforce in demand, I think it's very important to align all your HR policies and procedures to that. What does that practically mean in your business? Another important thing is you have to adapt and amend your employment contracts. If you look at the workforce in demand, you're going to contract and then you're going to expand. You're going to have various categories, employment categories. Some people will be permanent, some people will be fixed term, some people will be subcontractors. Whichever you decide is the best the practice for your specific business. All of this will have an impact on how you contract people. So what does your employment contracts look like? How do you ensure that you still comply with all the relevant legislation in terms of skills development, basic conditions, and labour legislation? So I think the practical takeaway here is that considering all these changes in terms of a flexible workforce, how do you align yourself to still be compliant with all the relevant legislation in reaction to this change? On the next slide, if you look at remote work basically also speaks to your flexible workforce. I think we all got used to working remotely. People, the sense out there is that might never change again. That people sitting in offices will be limited. But I think what's very important is that wherever the future of the office and the office space is going to be a smart office. It's going to be a hyper-connected workplace where people come in and go out, where people don't spend an extraordinary amount of time. It doesn't become a second place or your primary place of work. It's going to become another place of work. But to have that remote office, you need to employ smart office technology and also ensure hyperconnectivity so that you don't lose the impact. I think on a practical level, again, if you look at remote work, it also speaks to a degree to your flexible workforces, policies and procedures. People going forward will have a choice. They will have a choice between working purely remotely, and I think one of the previous speakers mentioned that you can work from Jeffreys Bay whilst you are primarily employed in a place like Johannesburg. You can have semi-remote work where people come in 1 or 2 hours a week, 1 or 2 days a week, and then obviously you will always have people who will be office bound based on the inherent requirements of your specific job. That will have to be governed by policies because it's got an impact on various things. How do you calculate leave? How do you calculate contributions to pensions, provident funds, and so forth? Very, very important. So you need to make sure that your company policies are aligned to that. The other thing is, I mentioned there on the slide, employee experience. That person will still be an employee or your employee. You still want that person to be connected to your brand. You still want that person to have a positive experience, especially when it comes to the onboarding. So you will have to assess what that means for you. How are you still going to ensure that there's a psychological contract between yourself and the employee within this new work environment in terms of the flexibility and in terms of the remote work. So that's basically the practical takeaway of that. And then on the next slide, in terms of skills alignment, you're going to have a multi-skilled workforce. The days that you're going to have one person doing one job is long gone. You might have to reskill people. You have to most probably invest in learning and development. People are going to work more and more in cross-functional teams to deliver the same, if not better, product regardless if it's in a frontline service that you provide or back office support. So I think it's very important to understand what kind of skills you need going forward and make sure that people are reskilled or upskilled to deliver on the demands. So practical takeaway from an HR point of view, I think it's important to understand what competencies you need. You're designing or developing and designing a competency framework, doing skills assessments, understanding where the skills gaps are going forward, and then investing in learning and development. Training and development, learning and development, in terms of the upskilling of the people. On the next slide, in terms of job design, I think what's very important is, and the research on this is very, very clear, is that job design is extremely important. People underestimate it all the time. This is what creates meaning. We all seek a meaningful life, and work is such a big part of our lives that if your job is not meaningful, then life is not meaningful, and that plays itself out in the workplace. So you need a job that you can identify with. It needs to give you a degree of autonomy, it needs to give you a degree of flexibility, variety, and most important, you need to get feedback. People they tender themselves physically, emotionally, cognitively every day, but some organizations don't give people feedback, so they never know if they're doing well or they're doing bad. There's no line of sight between the daily graft and and your own career, and sometimes even the sustainability of the business. Sometimes owners tend to keep that away from people, sometimes with good intent. They don't want to create anxiety or upset them if things are not going well, but people rather know if things are not going well then not. So practically, make sure that you update all your job descriptions, also taking into consideration all the previous trends, like the skills that you're going to need. So the job description must speak to the competencies for this position. Your job description needs to consider remote work and what does flexibility mean for this position. So that's very, very important that you do that. And then also very important, and I know some organizations don't do it, you need to assess what the value is of your job. So you need to do some kind of a job analysis, grade your position, because it's got a direct impact on how you pay people. And I think that's very important these days. You don't want to pay too little, you don't want to pay too much. So things like salary benchmarks is important, but we'll touch on that later. But you can only do that if you've got a proper job description, a job that's been analyzed, and where you grade the position to indicate the value of that job. Next one, in terms of employee engagement, we touched on meaningfulness. Like I said, engagement has got 3 pillars to it. In terms of the methodology or the philosophy, I support. It says that engaged employees need to have a meaningful job, they need to feel safe in the environment, and they need to be available to tender themselves on a daily basis. And like I sort of touched on previously, availability speaks to cognitively, physically, and emotionally, and that's where well-being, employee well-being comes in, and that is extremely important in this day and age where people feel perpetually unsafe. So to have a meaningful job means have a job description, understand what you need to do, understand the consequences if you don't do it, and that's where safety comes in. They refer to procedural and distributive justice. So if I don't do a good job, what will the consequences be? And will I be treated the same as anybody else that neglects to do what they're supposed to do? And then also availability, making sure people are are available every day to support and drive your business under these very difficult times. So practically, in terms of some takeaways there, very important to do some employee engagement surveys to assess what the engagement levels are. And I think, just to put the employee engagement into context, is that the theory is clear, is that if your people are engaged, if they feel that what they do is meaningful, if they feel safe, and they are available, they're not sick or whatever, simplistically. They always say look after your clients and then look after your customers. So it basically then means that engaged people drive positive client and customer relations, and also have a positive impact on client retention. So that's very, very important, especially in your industry, where people interact with your clients most probably more often than in many other industries. So make sure your people are engaged under these difficult times. And then also, you can do something like a wellness survey to make sure that people are well and they don't fixate about things that bothers them, which obviously spills over to clients and customer satisfaction. Then the next one, productivity. I can remember last year, towards the end of last year, when we went into hard lockdown, management and leaders and business owners, the thing that they fixated on for about 2 months is how are we going to ensure people are productive and that they're not going to sit at home playing games or do whatever. Look, there are obviously ways and means to manage that. I think the most important thing is if your employment practices are right and you employ the right people for your business with the right aptitude, and if people are engaged, the theory of engagement says that if somebody's engaged, they will portray organizational citizenship behavior. Hewitt refers to say, stay, and strive. They will say positive things about you, they will stay with you, and they will always strive to do better. So if you've got an engaged workforce, you don't even have to worry about productivity. However, it's always a good thing to manage that. In terms of people analytics, there's a lot of artificial intelligence available these days in terms of managing that. How do you manage flexible resources? If we say you've got a flexible workforce, how are you going to manage, ensure that they deliver and that they're productive? You need to look into that, and there are ways and means of doing that. How do we get work done these days? Up until last year, the notion was in certain industries, if you don't see somebody working, they're not working. They want to physically see people in front of them. Like in a factory, the supervisor sits on the one side of the floor and he sees everybody delivering and physically making something. Those days are long gone. You need to decide how work gets done, and that I think is like a philosophical shift that you need to make. But I think with that also comes trust in your people and their ability to deliver. So practically, how do you manage productivity? Is you need to make sure that you've got proper performance management systems in. And out of your job description and job design that speaks to the inherent requirement of your position, that you identify key performance areas and key performance indicators. And it needs to be quantifiable. And then what you then need to do is you need to have performance agreements. And I think it's very important, especially if you're going to have remote work or flexible workforce, and if you're going to have different employment categories, where some people might sit, for argument's sake, in Jeffreys Bay. How are you going to ensure performance and productivity? But you can build all of that stuff into your performance agreements, and as long as you manage that. I don't think it's the intention to look over people's shoulder. I think the world of work matured to a degree where we need to trust our staff. If you don't trust the people that work for you, then you must probably made a recruitment mistake. So I think performance management in terms of productivity practically is something not too difficult to implement in an organization, but you need to apply it and you need to work at it. And with that, what's very important is positive feedback, is engaging conversations. Some organizations use performance management not only to manage and drive productivity, but also to force them to have engaging conversations with staff. People crave engaging conversations with the people they report to. But leaders don't always give them the time, or they just don't have the time, to have these conversations, especially in the environment and the times we currently live and work in. But I think it's very, very important that gets done. Then, as far as remuneration is concerned, I think remuneration is important to everybody. We want to pay people a fair salary, a fair wage, but we also want something in return. If you look at flexible workforces, if you look at remote work, if you look at how you're going to design the job going forward, you also want to drive engagement, and you want to make sure people are productive. It all actually sort of rolls up into remuneration. I'm a firm believer that the way that you remunerate and reward people drives their behavior. And that's why it's also a very complex matter. So going forward, we have to look at variable pay. How are we going to structure people's salaries? I think, and it needs to be fair and it needs to be open. Sometimes there's still a sense that remuneration is something that you don't discuss. It's not something that's open. If people come to you and they want to interrogate why you pay them like that, you sort of, you close up and think people are ungrateful, or staff that they're ungrateful because you must not pay them. But I think it also speaks to that psychological contract and then the trust that they have in you as a business owner. Personalized and holistic rewards. If you want to work from Jeffreys Bay, and you cost of living is less, hypothetically, how are we going to personalize your pay and your rewards? You're not going to sit in the traffic for an hour and a half every day to travel. Obviously, you're going to have more expenses in terms of setting yourself up, but how are you going to personalize that? You might get allowances for various things. Flexible remuneration, pay for performance. How are we going to manage leave and hours of work? If you look at your flexible workforce, the notion currently is that people deliver. I think my experience is people are working harder. They're actually very productive, but they don't deliver it in the traditional manner between 8 and 5. They do it at various times of the day. And benefits, and how do you align your HR practices to that? So I think this is a very, very important aspect that needs to be looked into, but it can be very complicated. And this is basically your reward and how you pay is sort of, like I said, it's a combination of all your other policies and procedures and practices that you align to the new world of work in terms of your flexibility, your remote work, the kind of skills, and also the jobs people will be required to do. So on a practical level, then, I think it's important to redesign the jobs, as we said, and your compensation models to reward and contribute to business value. I think that's the key. You want to compensate people and you want to reward people to grow your business. And everybody can contribute to business growth. Even if you're an admin person, you do contribute to business growth. And I think that is the big thing, is to how do we redesign the jobs and the compensation models. Then the the last trend, basically leadership skills, very important. Leaders always step up to the plate in tough times, and that's when they get counted. You need to be a leader that's got a lot of empathy in this day and age. People struggle, people, their spouses lose their jobs, they don't feel safe. So you need to have a lot of empathy. You need to be very authentic. When you have your leadership conversations or your leader-member exchange, be authentic. The other thing is, as a leader, you need to be agile, and I think we sort of spoke and touched on that. In a time of chaos and ambiguity, you need to be agile. You need to scan the environment, and you need to be comfortable with operating in these times. Very important, ethics and integrity. The staff picks up on it. They do pick up if there's, if leaders lack integrity, and you need to be very, very courageous. So practical takeaways in terms of leadership skills, send key people on training and development to enhance and hone their leadership skills. Employ people that's got the ability to become leaders going forward. Do psychometric assessments to assess people's ability as far as leadership is concerned. So that is sort of the crux when it comes to leadership, is just make sure that whoever you employ has got the ability to be a future leader in your organization, and then you should be fine. And develop, mentor, and coach along the way. That's it from my side.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nell. Can you hear me?
I can, Kwachi. I can hear you perfectly well.
I think I'll ask a few questions, then I've got my colleagues from the tourism sector, Liane, Christelle, Jabu, also if they have a couple of questions. At the moment, I don't see any questions from our delegates. That means you did a fantastic job. Right. My question would be, okay, Liane, you go first, please.
Sorry, it's Christelle.
Oh, Christelle, sorry. Okay.
So yeah, talking about working from home, and particularly in an industry where for tourism, most of it has to happen basically at the office, at the attraction, at the hotel, etc. And then having, sort of, I guess, office-bound staff working from home whilst you have the customer-based staff in. How do you suggest best you deal with that? Because there could be, I don't know, unhappiness, frustration, etc. That obviously some are allowed to work from home while others are not. I guess just some practical suggestions in respect of that.
I think it's an operational requirement, and I think if it, in terms of as a manager, or owner, a leader in that organization, you need to contextualize that and explain that to staff, that operationally these people are required to be, let's call them frontline workers. They are required to be at the front desk, and other people can still deliver their job remotely. So it's all about openness, communicating to staff and say it's an inherent job requirement, it's an operational requirement, and and as long as you can defend your managerial prerogative to manage your business to the best of your ability to staff, they will buy into it. But if there's favoritism, if they don't understand why you're doing it, then you might have a bit of a backlash. So it's all about communication and communicating these things to staff.
Right. Christelle, is that all from you? Okay.
Yes.
Leanne, Christelle, is that all from you? Leanne?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Jaco, I do have a question for you.
Sure.
What we have seen in a lot of tourism, hospitality, let's call it hospitality businesses, is the multitasking. And you spoke about multitasking and flexibility, but what we've seen is that staff have been short-timed. So we have less staff on duty at on a particular day, which helps because they're obviously on reduced salaries, so they've got less transport costs, etc. But those staff that come in are now required to be the housekeeper, the reception, make the scrambled eggs, and sort of the whole variety, the whole range of tasks that are required. Is this realistic to keep going? I mean, so when we scale up, so now just say when we're back at 100% capacity, can we somehow encourage this sort of more multitasking? Okay, I don't expect them to be able to do the whole range from making the eggs to making the beds to everything. But can we have less compartmentalized roles, like you sit in reception and you only clean rooms and you only make eggs? To sort of, and can we make this more flexible going forward so we can have less staff? Because in reality, we have had bloated staff structures. Not good for, I understand it's not good for job creation in the country by not going back to our previous staff levels. But let's rather have more enterprises so create jobs that way, as opposed to bloating our facilities with too many staff and redundant staff. So yeah, so my question really is this possible? Can we do this going forward and have more the sort of multitasking?
You can definitely do that. And I think in many industries it already exists. You will have to, however, contract with people and most probably amend the contracts of employment or the way that you originally contracted with them. But I think what's more important is to make sure that they've got the ability to do this multitasking. People will, in this day and age, do anything to preserve their jobs. So they might tell you they can do it, but they might not really be able to do it. So I think you need to do a skills assessment. I think there need to be synergies between the jobs. You don't necessarily want the person scrubbing the floors making the scrambled eggs. So, as long as you can cluster or group some of these activities together, multitasking is a great way of doing it. But ensure people are competent to do it and that there's skills transfer, training and development, and that they can still do whatever are required within the legal parameters of the working time that they need to do per day. So people actually love multitasking. People like to learn new things. I think we can all relate to that. But it can't be too difficult. So it needs to be elementary skills. And as they progress through the organization, it can become more complex. So yeah, you can definitely do it, but don't do it for the sake of doing it. There must be a business imperative. Then you'll do it in for the right reason.
Thank you, Dr. Nell. There is a question for you from one of our audience, Alistair. His question is, how do you compensate staff for working from home in terms of requirements like internet connectivity, phone, etc.?
Yeah, look, I don't think there's no legal requirement to compensate staff for that. I think the flip side is they don't have to, they don't have to put fuel into their cars to drive to work. So it's sort of, it plays each other off. But without being cynical about it, I think that's very important where you go and you look at your remote work policy, where you draft a proper policy with regarding to remote work and say, if you work full 100% remotely, this will be your benefits. If you work half of the time remotely, this will be your benefit. If you're at the office all the time, this will be your benefits. So I think that is how you unpack it. So the only way to manage it so that people believe there are fair treatment between these various categories.
Well, thank you very much. Before we move to the next session, I would like to ask Jabu, from your perspective, is there any question you'd like to ask from human resources and transformation perspective in relation to demand and supply and tactics?
No, I'm fine from my side. I think Dr. Nell covered all the questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I interject? I do have a question for Dr. Nell. So one of the challenges that we faced in the industry is obviously we've had to let go of a lot of good people. And some of them have not been able to find other jobs, but others have, and they've pivoted out of travel and tourism into other sectors. Now, how do we, one of the challenges we have in travel and tourism is the low salaries. And so now what's happened is that they found another sector that pays better, but might not be their first love. Okay, generally people are in travel and tourism because they're passionate about it, not for the money. the money is great, but I mean the money is something, but it's not the be all and end all. No. But how do we entice them to come back again?
Well, to offer them a better overall employee value proposition, which does not necessarily only speak to money. There might be other benefits to it. And I think, you need to overtly state that, communicate that, and put it out there. And you will attract those people back because, like you say, they've got a passion for it, but they don't necessarily realize what the entire value proposition was working in the tourism industry. Things are not always just monetary, but we sometimes neglect to communicate to our staff or prospective staff what are the other intangible parts of your value proposition, which should make you a natural choice as an employer compared to somebody in another industry. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's about your employee value proposition.
Thanks, Dr. Nell.
Thank you. I think some of the key things that I picked up is we all need to really look at our leadership skills in managing the industry going forward, particularly our people, looking at the hard and the soft side to make sure that we are able to retain the good staff and make sure we are able to carry on with them and motivate them to multi-skill so that we can reduce cost. One important thing that I also pick up was policy review, and I will look at this as a transformation policy review because things are not the same, things have changed, and we need to make sure that our policies are aligned from all angles of human resources management. And one important thing that I took from what the last point was employee value proposition. What do we really need to do to be able to keep the good ones and those that have gone to come back? And as you say, it's not necessarily salaries, but looking beyond that and going back to the soft and the hard side of HR management. On this note, I think we would like to thank you very much for the great insights. And it means that organizations have to go back to the drawing board and look at our policies, look at our staff, and make sure we are able to come back with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Bye. We're now moving on to the next session. And the next session, we have two expert speakers talking about what are the legal implications of recognizing the business or our businesses are. And I would like to introduce them as follows. We have Davi van der Merwe, and Davi is the Director, BDO Business Restructuring. And that's a reality. We all need to restructure the way we go about our business on a daily basis and for long-term sustainability. Davi is an admitted attorney liquidator, and certified as a senior business rescue practitioner with a BCom LLB and various postgraduate diplomas. Davi is also a director at BDO Business Restructuring Pty Limited and currently serves on the National Board of South Africa Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners Association. Davi, thank you very much for joining us for this session. I'm sure we are all going to learn a lot from you. Davi has already tasted great success in fledgling field of business rescue in South Africa, having acted as a BRP in high-profile matters such as African Business Investment Limited, what we call African Bank, Vanchem, if I'm pronouncing the name, Vanadium Products, SA Calcium Carbide, and Shaft Sinkers, if I'm right, and he's currently involved in business rescue proceedings of ASA Metals and a couple of other companies. So all of us who are going through this difficult situation, I believe that we can learn from, including our colleagues from SAA, if anyone happens to be here. Right, and then we have, from Davi, we have, I think I've missed, we have Larry, just 1 second, please. Forgive me, I'm trying to pick up on the correct profile, which unfortunately seems to have been misplaced. Larry is here, he's been here. Larry, my apologies. You got Larry van der Westhuizen. He is the managing director of Statico, and Larry has over 20 years practical business and business management experience, having been involved in security and logistics operations and projects throughout Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australasia. Larry became an expert in close protection investigations, logistical support and investigation and analysis. In 2009, he sold his interest in his company to pursue a career in law. While practicing law, he gained very specific knowledge and experience in the New Companies Act, choosing to make corporate and commercial law governance and corporate strategy his main area of specialty. In doing this, he has presented in excess of 200 presentations, ranging from small board presentation to large audience. He's currently the managing director of Statico Limited and head of legal services at BDO South Africa Advisory, where he's actively involved in advising clients on corporate restructuring, shareholder relationships, and commercial law matters. He also assists in reviewing and drafting of commercial agreements. We have two aspects as far as the legal aspect of our business is concerned, and I'm going to leave all of you in your good hands. Please be careful what you say before it is used against you in the law of court by the legal experts we have here. Davi and Larry, the floor is yours. What are the legal implications of reigniting our businesses? Thank you.
Thank you, Kwachi. True to form, the lawyer's slides are not as colorful as our creative counterpart, but I can promise you we are creative lawyers. So with the time limits, it's not really possible to drill down to all the legalities that's relevant to this webinar, but we'll attempt to highlight some legal pitfalls and opportunities that you may be presented with in times like these. So first of all is to look at the corporate structure. And it's usually the first thing that any business or new business owner would do right at the start of entering into business. But it doesn't mean that it should not be reviewed from time to time as the needs of the business change. As foreign investors or third-party investors join the business, it's usually one of the first things you need to do is to review that structure and to ensure that it's still suitable for the immediate future of the business. So this is done through a review of the Memorandum of Incorporation, or as it's referred to in practice as the MOI for short, and also a shareholders agreement if there are multiple shareholders, and operational policies and procedures that will give effect to the business strategic and operational goals. So too often do we see companies losing value or ending up in costly disputes because of a lack of structure or rather applying the correct structure and rules. And Darby, I think you can testify to the fact how our poor governance has led to some companies becoming financially distressed.
Indeed, Lorraine. I'm reminded of the old adage that some of the best entrepreneurs are the worst business managers. So having a good idea or even a good business doesn't mean you're going to have a successful business. So to your point, consider your business as a project, and any project is only as good as the foundation on which it is built. Your corporate structure, your internal structures, how you do things, and unquestionable controls. Now, these are all words that are very boring to most entrepreneurs and go-getters, but those are the fundamentals that will make your business ultimately a success, and even assist you through times that we're all experiencing right at the moment. And to your point, Lorraine, it's difficult to change bad habits. We know that, and it's no different in business as well. It's not impossible, but if you can set up your structure properly from day one and not try and rejig it at a later stage when you suddenly realize it's problematic. Examples I can immediately think of as good businesses, good ideas, good people who ran into trouble with their businesses simply because they had their structures were lacking. They were unable to identify early that there was misappropriation of funds within their own organization because they didn't have proper controls and proper structures in. So even good businesses fail because of bad structure. So yes, definitely, Lorraine, not having the right structure can end up being a very costly affair.
Yeah, Dario, saying goes, the less you spend on lawyers in the beginning, the more you'll spend on them at the end. I myself have seen how the value of my business was discounted when I eventually sold because we didn't have proper structures in place, effectively running the business for the first couple of years out of the boots of our car. But that's what one tends to do. You focus on the immediate operational things that you think will make the money, but in the long run, it could be costly if you don't do the paperwork that's associated with it. So the MOI is effectively an agreement in inverted commas between the company, its directors and its shareholders, and it sets out the respective rights, duties and responsibilities towards the company and towards each other that the parties have. It requires that the company's shareholders and officers study its provisions and to ensure that it allows for the most suitable level of accountability and transparency in the business, the right levels of decision making, and the most efficient governance structures for that specific entity. And then since the new, albeit not so new anymore, Companies Act, the role of the shareholders agreement has taken a bit of a back seat. Under our old Companies Act, historical corporate law in South Africa, the shareholders agreement was always the principal agreement, and it always sort of started with a clause that said that if there's any conflict between the articles of this company and the shareholders agreement will prevail. Now it's the other way around. The Act specifically tells us that in case of any conflict, your MOI will prevail. So the two need to be read together, but it's by no means a less important document. The biggest change is that it no longer governs or sets out the principles of governance for a company. It deals more now with private matters between the shareholders. I always refer to it as something similar to a prenup. It's something that you negotiate in the wooing and honeymoon phase, that you sign considering worst case scenarios, and then you lock it up in the safe until something goes wrong. And if something doesn't go wrong, you probably won't take that document out of the safe. So it deals with matters like come along and tag along provisions if in case there's a sale, call and put options, maybe deemed offers or forced sales as it's referred to, and then also company financing requirements. But before you can consider the contents of these documents, you need to consider certain factors, get advice, and then apply the correct methods. Some of these are what will be the ownership structure for the entity? Is there direct shareholding versus maybe through a holding company or a trust? A property ownership model that operates separate from the operating company, or maybe will you operate on a lease and not own the property? You've got to consider specific shareholder rights, specifically, for example, if there are empowerment objectives in place, and even shareholder percentage ratios, because specific protection for minorities might have to be built in and provided for in the documents. So essentially, if properly planned, structured, and executed, proper governance can and will add value to your business. The next item that we thought of discussing today is the role of service providers. We can just move to the next slide, please. So tourism is one industry where there's heavy reliance on external service providers, some others as well. And if there's one thing that this COVID pandemic has taught us and the resultant lockdown, it is that worst case scenarios can in fact become reality. And the risks associated with accepting any such on the basis of likelihood to happen is very real. So the fine print and provisions in contracts like force majeure, termination clauses, and the content of boilerplate clauses, your standard type clauses that are found in contracts, require as much scrutiny and consideration as the salient terms, because they might become reality. And I think this has shown us that it is a real possibility that they could happen. And I know even in the retail space, the property and the lease clauses did show where I think over time people didn't start paying attention to things like force majeure, and it became very, very relevant in the property sector. So the pandemic has forced us, or at least provided many of us with the opportunity now to reassess, renegotiate, and re-engage with third-party service providers. And in doing so, consideration needs to be given to new requirements, the new way of doing business. We heard earlier in the presentations that we've got to be innovative and introduce new ways of doing things. This will flow all the way through into the contracts that you sign with service providers. I think the once bitten, twice shy principle applying to coming out of a lockdown means that we'll do business with a bit more skepticism and pessimism. So we will focus more on some of these details that in the past we might have thought would possibly never in our lifetime become a reality. So we need to look at the ability of service providers to service and provide the ability to perform that we will require in our business. Davi, perhaps you can give us your insights on the impact that financial health of service providers would also have on the performance of your own business.
Yeah, Lorraine, and I think we have to be honest with one another that there's a fundamental trust deficit. I refer to it as a trust deficit in terms, and when I speak of that, I speak of a financial trust deficit. So we should be more alive to the risks around us. Where business was difficult perhaps 2 years ago, a year ago, it is even more critical now that we identify our risks. And those of us who are going to navigate these risks in the foreseeable futures are the ones that are going to see our businesses come through the current crises and flourish on the other side. Those of us who are going to be ignoring those risks or not alive to those risks are going to be found wanting. So they are everywhere. You know, whether it's your suppliers, go and sit down and actually reconsider all of your obligations in terms of every contract that you have, from your water supplier to your in-house copier and even your land, your lease agreements. When last did you, as a business owner, go and sit and assess your risks, your medium and longer term commitments in terms of your contract? Your service providers, consider whether they are going to be able to service you going forward. Each and every one of us, each and every business has been affected by this pandemic. So don't assume that your most loyal service provider is going to be able to continue servicing you without any hiccups. Reevaluate it, revisit your risks, change your perspective, ask the questions. I don't think there's anything wrong in engaging with your service providers and trying to establish exactly where they are at in terms of their businesses? Are they able, will they be able to continue to render the level of the service that you require in order to render your own service? So have those tough conversations, identify your risks, and applying that perhaps to the tourism industry. Who of you would have thought that you would have to second guess an airline booking, or making bookings on behalf of a tour group, for example, that whether or not that airline is going to honor those tickets? Now you have to think of that. How do you leverage or protect yourself against that? The same principle applies to accommodation, hotels. Are they going to be able to provide and render the service? Earlier there was comments made about vouchers. Are they going to be able to honor those? These are the kind of risks that I think everybody in the tourism industry is grappling with, but that you have to be alive to and dare I say somehow come up with contingency plans. I don't know what those are, and but surely those providers that think about these things and plan for these are the ones that are going to be the ones that survive all of this. A passing thought maybe, Lorraine, is that, accept that everybody has been affected. Nobody is unaffected. Change your mindset in terms of just accepting that service providers can and will provide their services. Rethink your risk profile. And if you can, protect your business. At the moment, it is about protecting your own business. It's not, I know relationships are important. Most businesses are built on that. But right now, you need to protect your business. Cash first. Are we going to the next slide? I think that's mine, Lorraine. Okay. When we talk about financial distress, what we're trying to communicate to clients at the moment is almost the mantra of avoiding the trap. So what do we mean about what does this mean? So we've all been in a state of trying to keep alive, stay alive, and I think listening to Leanne earlier, she was predicting that we have to do so in the tourism industry at least for a while longer before it's business as usual. So we have to accept that we are in uncharted territory. There's no doubt about it. But how do we avoid traps? Now, what are those traps? The trap is that I just keep on piling on debt to levels where it becomes unserviceable. Now, this doesn't just apply to the tourism industry. You can apply this to retail, mining, pick a sector. Is you're continuously incurring further debt in the hope that things will normalize. It's a trap, and one has to be very, very circumspect that it doesn't become a level where it becomes unsustainable. The other trap that we have to avoid is almost this euphoria of being able to do business again. Prepare for that. I think it was also Leanne that was speaking of her real concern about the dire need for cash when things return to normal. How are we going to fund our operational capital requirements? Have we planned for that? Do we know exactly what it is that we're going to need when we press the restart button? There's no handbook for this, ladies and gentlemen. It's never been tested before. You effectively have to try, on the one hand, keep a business alive without revenue, but on the other hand, almost start a new business when you are allowed to do so again. And again, I reiterate, those that prepare the best for the recommencement are the ones that are going to survive. So what restructuring tools do we have? We've thought that for today's discussion, we'll try and keep it very simple and really only speak to three major ones. We call it pre-rescue turnaround, or just simply an informal restructuring. and then business rescue as a tool, and then also liquidation, and having a frank conversation around that. Looking at our restructuring tools, the COVID pandemic has been called many things, but I also refer to it as the largest corporate restructuring event ever, because each and every business, dare I say, almost in the world, has gone through a restructuring. And a restructuring can be something as mundane or simple as revisiting your revenue line, reconsidering or revisiting your costs, and questioning your pipeline and adjusting your business accordingly. That is a restructuring. So each and every one of us has done that. So to a larger or lesser degree, we've already done that. And on the more complicated side or more involved side, obviously, is when we start looking at formally utilizing restructuring legislation, or even involving professionals to assist us to do that. And everything in between, obviously, is restructuring. So when we talk about restructuring, it's not just business rescue. It's not just what's in the newspapers. It is engaging with people that are able to assist you to just reset and realign your business, as I said, even in the most mundane way. Embrace the fact that we need to change. People who are going to try and do business the same way are going to fail. So there are opportunities. Don't consider restructuring as a swear word or something that needs to be looked at negatively. Embrace it, utilize it, think about it, because, and I keep on repeating that those that align themselves and prepare themselves and restructure themselves are the ones that are going to see the benefits in the long run. We joke that we say in America it's almost a national sport to file for restructuring. It's the most vibrant economy in the world, and they don't see restructuring as a negative. In fact, they utilize it quite often as a positive and to reset their businesses. So that's something that we need to get our minds around as an African economy, is to restructure is not negative. Talking about pre-rescue turnarounds, that really is what some people also refer to as informal restructuring. It's not in the public space. Sometimes not even your employees would be aware of the fact that you are looking at a financial restructuring. Most certainly your service providers and your clients won't necessarily be aware of that. But it is really just getting professional people involved to look at what tools are there to restructure. So again, there's no handbook and there's no copy and paste for that. Every business needs to be assessed on its own merits, and one can then give some guidelines and pointers to restructuring your business. Of course, moving to the more formal environment of restructuring, and that's what we call in South Africa business rescue. It has very different names all over the world. Administration in the UK, Chapter 11 in the US. The principles are very much the same all over the world. It is to give businesses a formal breathing space. In other words, you enter a very public process, and some of that has been very public, especially and there was reference made to SAA. Unfortunately, it is possibly the worst possible example of business rescue. It is not a business rescue. I'm on record of saying that that's not a true business rescue. But it is a very public process. So the benefits of entering that should be very carefully considered against, obviously, the negatives of it being in the public, your clients knowing, your staff knowing, your service providers knowing, your bankers, your financiers, all of those knowing about the process and it being run very publicly. But the benefits should be considered because it gives you that breathing space. It gives you a legal moratorium, and what that basically means, nobody can touch you. Nobody can enforce legal steps against a company. You can renegotiate. It renegotiate very onerous contracts. In fact, you can exit onerous contracts in certain instances if the business requires that. And what I always say, it brings the stress of the company it makes it real. So those that are exposed to you are required to consider restructuring your debt, writing off some of it. That's always the conversation that needs to be had in order to realign the business going forward. And then, of course, the last and unfortunately the last step in the process is liquidation. And unfortunately, many people do not want to see the wood from the trees. Liquidation is the end of a company. It is the death of a company. And some businesses, unfortunately, can't survive the current pandemic. It won't be able to survive the restart when we do. My colleague Hans Klopper wrote an article about so-called zombie companies, and I think it's a very, very apt description. You know, those businesses that were already struggling pre-COVID are most certainly not going to survive this pandemic and the financial distress. They were already walking dead, and they need to be culled from the economy. And that's something that one has to be honest about. Some businesses just cannot survive. And then one has to simply pull the trigger, because you and I as business operators do not want to expose ourselves personally to continue to run businesses that are unable to meet its obligations. And there we always impress on business owners and entrepreneurs that you have to think about yourself as well. Do not expose yourself and your person to personal liability by continuing to run a business knowing that, you know what, this actually cannot be saved. Rather liquidate and restart something new, brand new, and which obviously is possible. So from my point of view, all of these things are possible. We have good professionals that can assist, give guidance from the mundane restructuring and advice to the liquidation of businesses that need to be exited from the economy. Lorraine, from my point of view, I'm sure you've also come across some matters where the benefits of turnaround practices are tangible.
Yes, Darby. I've seen firsthand how a renewed focus and a fresh set of eyes have managed to turn businesses around by managing relations and positions that threaten a healthy liquidity position, and in general get businesses back on track to financial health. Just recently, we've had a couple of clients engage in sort of pre-rescue turnaround, as you termed it, and business rescue itself. And in addition to leveraging the mechanisms available under law and under such procedures, it also forced them to relook at their own businesses and their status quo and their relationships. And what they ended up as the result of doing business or doing what they were doing in the same way for 20 or 30 years. And what the process assisted with is it helped them to make the necessary changes. And I'm happy to say that all of them went from almost staring liquidation in the eye to making a profit in a year or two. So practically I've seen the benefits of just focusing and maybe refocusing your attention through a turnaround process. Darwin, moving on to the next slide. I'd like to consider, just after considering everything that we've discussed, looking internally, look at restructuring and considering the challenges that you face. During COVID, more so than maybe in the past, and there's a positive to this as well, because we do see that there's still a lot of transactional interest, and in the business or in the environment that we operate in, the other good things is we see some international interest in doing transactions. But that also means that a lot of you will inevitably get to a point where you will start considering third-party investments, whether it's because of business intervention or turnaround, or maybe opportunities like the tourism equity fund that's now available. You might find yourself in the deal structuring territory, and this might be daunting. It's a good thing for our business is that's when the first thing people do is they run to lawyers. But there's a process that this involves, and it's not such a difficult and daunting process if you do it correctly, because the process will involve some negotiation and gathering of information, and it's a very structured process that hopefully will end up in an offer which, if accepted, becomes a deal. So the process starts with an expression of interest, whether that's verbally, a phone call, an email, sort of feeling each other out. And that's usually coupled, or the next step would be for a mutual confidentiality undertaking between the parties. And then starts this process of information sharing or due diligence. And that's actually the first real critical part of the process, because that leads to negotiations. And if successful, that's when we conclude a transaction, and that's when the actual paperwork is done. So a transaction or deal can be done through a sale of the business out of the entity. You can be selling out part of the business or some of the assets, or it can be done by a sale of all of, or even a part of the shares held in the entity. Both types of transactions has its advantages and disadvantages, and it's the nature of the interest into the deal that would dictate the structure. What is important, however, is to have your house in order to facilitate the ease and speed of doing a deal, so it's not dragged out over years, but also to maximize the value that can be realized through it. So clear and complete records, clean structures, efficient relationships with service providers, and sustainable risk and financial control all adds value to not only the business, but also to the process. So think of if you're buying a house and you're going to an open house or a showing, if the house smells nice and there's some flowers and it's neat and tidy and all things seems to be in a good condition, you're more likely to make an offer close to or at the asking price than what you would if it was untidy, neglected, dirty, etc. So one last thing to consider is the identity of any new investor. It could be own-funded or self-funded, it could be vendor finance or third-party finance. So whatever the funding, it should result in a value contribution to the business. And unless there's an outright sale, you need to have tough talks between you and the potential investor to ensure that all parties are aligned on the business and the business culture and exit strategies, because that's usually where most mergers or marriages run into trouble. So we always advise clients that it's very important to ensure and have those frank discussions at the beginning so that we can understand what is my ultimate goal of investing or participating in this business. Where do I see myself? Where do I want to take it? What are my visions for this business? Because if they differ between parties, then it will ultimately end up in a difficult situation for shareholders to deal with. Any parting words from your side, Dawie, before we conclude?
Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Lorraine. Yes, I know, as lawyers, we've now been tag teaming and throwing a whole lot of jargon at the audience. But if we could really dumb it down to a simple message, and that is get and keep your house in order. Because without that, you're not going to survive the period that you still have to face going forward. So yeah, good luck to everybody, and thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you. Are we taking questions?
Yes, you should take some questions, please.
Can I start, Kwachi?
Yes, please, go ahead.
So I must say, I always enjoy listening to my colleagues, Dawie and Lorraine, interesting lawyers to listen to, because it's so connected to the business. But so, Dawie, you said something which I find interesting, and I thought maybe it's just good to reiterate that, is that, a lot of the time you think that these big restructuring tools or any restructuring tools are actually, you know, more for the large businesses or the large organizations that we hear about. And maybe just to reiterate again that business restructuring happens in any business, any size business, be it a company or be it a different format of business. Obviously, this is something that you need to do, I don't know, nearly on a continuous basis. It's actually sort of, to some extent, part of your strategy is to reconsider your restructuring or your structure as you go about doing business, and not just wait for something huge to happen, such as the pandemic.
Yeah, I'm taking that one. Just waiting. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
We can. Yeah, you are live now.
Christelle, you're spot on, and you know, the fundamentals of restructuring a business is the same wherever you are and for whatever business it is. So it doesn't matter whether you have a business in America or business in South Africa, or frankly a business in the middle of the DRC. And whether you have a global conglomerate or a spaza shop on the corner, eventually the fundamentals are the same. They're just more complicated. They just get more complicated the bigger the company is and the more involved it is. But your principles are still the same. You cannot build a business if it's not built on a proper foundation. And that's what Lorraine was trying to communicate as well. No matter how small your business, get your fundamentals in place, because from that you can build your house. And if you stand on good foundations, you're probably going to have a sound building. Restructuring is very simple. Where's the money going to come from, and where's the expenses going to go to? That's the only way you make money. That's the only way you manage a business. So it is either more income or less expenses. And those are very basic fundamentals. So yes, to that point, the smallest company can benefit from somebody giving guidance on restructuring, and people should not think that business rescue or restructuring is only for the SAAs or the big mining companies of the world. No, it's not. It is. The principles can be applied to any business and should be applied by any business.
Thank you very much, Davi. I would like to go back to Jabu and Leanne. Given your presentation and what Lorraine and Devi have given, do you have questions for them in relation to the industry and the clients that you service?
Thanks, Kwachi. Davi, yes, I do have a question for you. And I mean, I really, as with Christelle, I really enjoyed listening to what you had to say. And there's some real sort of nuggets there of excellent bits of advice and information. But one of the things that you said, and as I mentioned and you highlighted again, the thing that's keeping me awake for the businesses and my clients is working capital. And you mentioned preparation is important. Preparing now so you can sustain yourself for the long haul. Sorry, so my understanding is, in terms of the preparation, is those proper forecasts in terms of what cash am I going to need to keep me going now, and then what cash am I going to need when my business actually starts to kick off again. So doing those proper forecasts, I presume that's what you mean by preparation.
I'm just waiting for the. Am I live? Yeah. Leanne, spot on. And again, we keep on saying there's no handbook for where we are. When we started, we thought we were going to see a month or 2 or 3 of inactivity, and now, just in the South African context, we had a year, which is a few days short of the anniversary. And to your point, we're looking at another 6 to 9 months in your industry. So what does one do? So the best you can do right now is to put your business in as much in a coma as possible. Now, what I mean by that is sometimes you just need to put the patient to sleep for the moment. You have to close as many taps as you can, and be ready to reawaken the business when the time comes. Now, what's more important, spending a little bit of money you have right now, or having it available when your business restarts? So some business owners have been focused on not defaulting, for example, on your rental payment. I'm not saying you must, but did you go and renegotiate? Did you go and speak to your landlord? Did you involve a professional to assist you with these? Hard conversations and frank conversations that needs to be had is, and if I'm not going to have enough petrol in the tank come second or third quarter of the year, what am I doing? Why am I hanging around? Am I able to? Where am I going to find that? Those are the conversations, and there isn't a magical answer. There isn't a magic wand to be woven to make all of these things good for everybody. It's up to every business owner to say, how am I going to limit my costs right now and be able and have access to cash and funds when we restart? It's going to be a massive concern, not just the tourism industry, everybody. Retail, mining, even a doctor. You believe it or not, some specialists aren't working at the moment. You know, where are they going to have money to keep their business afloat? So, yes, and I repeat, the ones that are planning properly and keeping as much cash in the system, they are the ones that are going to survive.
So, Davi, thanks. I have a follow-up question. And then in your interactions with the banks on behalf of your clients, are the banks coming to the parties, coming to the party, or there's actually various parties going on? And do you think we can get support from a working capital perspective going forward from our banks?
Leanne?
Yeah.
Leanne, the answer is complicated. Our experience with financial institutions have been mixed, but it's not on their end, if I can put it that way. So it really is, were you in default? Were you a good customer when all of this started? Yeah, it doesn't help you go to a bank and you now want COVID relief if you were already distressed or already defaulting prior to COVID. Then you're a zombie company, and to use my earlier analogy. Then you are going to struggle to find an ear at your financial institution or your bank manager. If, however, you've been a loyal customer, a good credit record with your banks, our experience has been that the banks have been very accommodating. Yes, it comes at a price. Some of them have just stayed interest, stayed capital payments, and you still have to pay interest. Some have given complete holidays on there are various tools, but those of us who've been good corporate citizens or good banking clients have seen the banks come to the party, definitely. Equally, the funding that's been made available is for those that weren't floundering already. And have seen access to relief packages because of the fact that they were good businesses, now fallen on hard times because of COVID. For me, that's the fundamental differentiation between support and not finding support from the financial institutions.
Thank you very much, Davi.
Can I ask the last question just of Lorraine?
Please.
Before we move on. So, Lorraine, I know you've worked with the tourism team on a couple of tourism clients and doing new deals or bringing on new partners. And I think Leanne made the point for the Tourism Equity Fund that viability. You know, you can't. A deal is not going to bring you out of the whatever. It still needs to be a viable business. Maybe a little bit of pointers in respect of some of those experiences that you have had in tourism, where it has been tough, and for some of them, you know, they've been looking for deals or partners or to sell for quite a while, and then trying to do this in quite a difficult time. Maybe just some pointers there.
Yeah, Christelle, But I usually see we start running into trouble already in the due diligence process. And that all boils down to drawing on and presenting accurate information. It's usually financial information, but sometimes it goes beyond that. If there was poor stock control, if decision making can't be proven, or the motivations behind certain decisions can't be proven. So I usually see that as the first big stumbling block. So anybody that considers, and it might not be a reality yet, but if you consider that it might become reality, it's one thing that I'll start focusing on immediately is proper record keeping and a stock take of the business, not just of the liquor that's in your bars or the food stuff in your kitchen, but to do a proper stock take on the value of the business from your perspective. And if everything is clear and something that you can present, the next step is, it's like with any sale, anything that you do, there's usually a disconnect between call it asking price, asking terms, and the purchaser. So seller and purchaser usually needs to find themselves in sort of negotiation, no man's land, and that's what they call the positional bargaining, where obviously anybody buying something, whether it's a car, house, or business, would want to pay as little as possible for it, and somebody selling would like to maximize their sale price. And it's in that process of negotiation that the parties have to meet each other in the middle somewhere. And some transaction advisors will take clients through a process of doing a whole host of, or a whole compendium of documents, from expressions of interest into a memorandum of understanding, and then into final transactional document. But ultimately, you end up with having to agree on certain salient terms, the main commercial terms of the deal, and that's usually, what am I selling, how am I being paid, and how will this be transferred. But I usually see, apart from that disconnect, that a bigger disconnect is the disconnect between parties' expectations for the future. So I think anybody interested in taking on an investor or selling their business need to have clear and frank, and sometimes these are between families, I've been involved in that as well, where family meetings need to be held, is to be clear on what a realistic value is for the business, and then to decide for yourself what is your, call it your minimum asking price that would see you conclude a deal, and if not, then to stay committed and take the business forward. So in the process, those are normally the challenges, Christelle, for doing a deal.
Thank you very much, Larry and Davi. I think it's been an excellent conversation. The dialogue has been great. But one key thing that I would like to say is that those of us who are not doctors, we should not be doctors. We should be talking to you, because if we misdiagnose, we are going to get a wrong prescription. So colleagues in tourism, let's speak to these experts. Let them help us to retool, to reset, innovate, and to reignite. Without that, we will be in the ICU and we may not come back, but just go straight to the cemetery. So let's talk to these gentlemen to help us reignite our businesses. Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have sound to applaud you. We would like to give all the speakers a big round of applause from Christelle and the team. Now, we are moving to lessons from Ireland. And I would like us to introduce, we are going to introduce our colleague from Ireland, Austin Heike. Austin, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, your surname,
no,
I mean.
Very
right.
Good.
Austin is the director, thank you, within BDO Consulting Department, and he's an experienced consultant with over 20 years advising business across a diverse range of industry sectors, including leisure, hospitality and tourism, nursing homes, healthcare, food, transport, and publishing. Austin is a fellow of the Irish Management Consulting Association. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Austin. But one key thing I would like to tell you is that Austin's profile tells us that tourism is a cross-cutting sector. And whether it's nursing, retail, whatever, you will find us there. So let's hear from Austin's experiences that he basically feel we could learn from Ireland and possibly around the globe. Austin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it gives me great pleasure to be speaking to you all today, all the way from Ireland, and I'd like to thank Leanne and all our colleagues in BDO in South Africa for giving me the opportunity to be part of this important event. Just a couple of observations I suppose I've had from some of the initial conversations and presentations that some of the previous speakers have given. You know, issues that have come up in terms of the reliance on international travelers, the need to pivot our business to target domestic visitors, keeping employees engaged and staff retention, issues of zombie companies, and the timing of the recovery are all issues that and conversations that we're having here in Ireland. So perhaps if we can move on to the next slide. So as part of what I suppose I'm going to present to you today, I'm going to share some of our COVID-19 experiences to set out what impact it's had on the tourism sector in Ireland, and to provide some examples as to how the Irish government and its agencies have responded to the crisis. And I suppose I'm going to finish up then in terms of just maybe sharing some of my thoughts as to what this means for tourism in the future, not just in Ireland, but also internationally. So if we can maybe move on to the next slide. So I suppose as a small island destination on the periphery of Europe, tourism is a key driver of economic activity in Ireland and one of our most important indigenous industries. And as the following infographic demonstrates, it just gives a sense as to the importance and value of tourism to the Irish economy. So you can see that tourism accounts for about 4% of our country's GDP. Prior to COVID, it was an industry worth about 9.3 billion every year, and for every €1 that was spent on tourism in Ireland, it generates approximately 23 cents in tax to the Irish Exchequer. Traditionally, tourism has provided high levels of employment in Ireland, and importantly, and I suspect it's the same in South Africa, that a lot of these jobs are not necessarily concentrated in the urban centres, but are distributed throughout the country in some of the more rural and remote locations. So again, prior to the pandemic, there was about 265,000 people employed in tourism in Ireland, and it accounted for about 1 in 10 jobs. So making it our country's biggest indigenous employer. And these jobs, I suppose, were distributed throughout approximately 20,000 tourism businesses in the country. So if we want to just move on. So I suppose pre-COVID, the Irish tourism sector was performing reasonably well and was in reasonably good health. And you can see from the graphic here that in the period preceding the economic crisis in sort of 2008 to 2010, what we saw, I suppose, was visitor numbers experience year-on-year increases in the period thereafter. So when you look at the sort of 10-year period between 2010 and 2019, what we see is that visitor numbers had grown by about 67%, from 5.8 million up to 9.7 million in 2019. So if you want to move on, Landry. So as we faced into 2020, I think it's pretty fair to say that there was a general air of cautious optimism for the tourism sector for the year, and I suppose expectations were for modest growth. There were, however, some warning signs on the horizon, and just, I suppose, as today, our daily news updates and bulletins are filled with COVID news. Prior to COVID, it was all about Brexit, and I suppose Brexit was very much the main agenda on everyone's within everyone's conversations. And I suppose it was understandable, given that 1 in 3 visitors to Ireland come from the UK market. So there were genuine concerns about what sort of impact Brexit was going to have on the Irish tourism sector. And then there was other issues around pressures on air capacity. We were seeing trends of late bookings. There was evidence of increased price competition in some markets, and at an operational level then there were concerns and issues around insurance and skills shortages. One of the big challenges here in Ireland at the moment has been for businesses to be able to access and secure affordable public liability insurance. Now, there has been a lot of reform over the last while, and even as recently as this weekend, there have been changes which hopefully will result in making insurance a little bit more affordable for businesses, not just in the tourism sector, but throughout the economy. And then I suppose what we were also starting to see was more sort of awareness around environmental and sustainability issues. And then maybe, Landry, if you want to move on to the next slide, then I suppose COVID struck, and a bit like yourselves, I think one of the previous speakers mentioned around the 5th of March is where I suppose the scale of the crisis started to become evident, and pretty similar here in Ireland. We're a year into the crisis now, and it was probably around this time last year that our Taoiseach, our Prime Minister, was announcing the introduction of various restrictions and warning that we were probably facing into what could be unprecedented times. Little did we know that, you know, a year later, and here's me working from my home office, that we'd still be working remotely and still dealing with the pandemic and the utter devastation that it has created. So if you want to move on. So it's probably fair to say that you know, the tourism sector in Ireland, while decimated sounds a strong word, it is a fair reflection of how impacted the tourism sector has been by COVID. And again, just I suppose demonstrated in the infographic, we've seen earnings from overseas visitors have fallen from 6.9 billion down to about 1.2 billion in 2020. So this, you know, a very dramatic fall in income. I suppose this was corresponded with again, very significant fall in international visitor numbers, which fell from 9.7 million down to 2 million. The majority of those 2 million visitors would have come in the first quarter of 2020. And our domestic tourism market has also been affected, where we've seen earnings have fallen to about 800 million down from, again, 2 billion in 2020. And it's also had a fairly significant impact in terms of jobs and employment in the sector, where upwards of 160,000 of those sort of 260,000 odd jobs that I mentioned have been lost, with significant portion of the sectors or those working in the sector availing of or on employment supports and other wage subsidy supports as a result of COVID and the pandemic. If you want to just move on to the next slide, Landry. So we've also seen, you know, many businesses have, I suppose, over the last year dealt with numerous months of little to no income, and I suppose a bit like the some of the previous speakers referred to as well, we're looking at a situation where there are potentially several hundred businesses that could be facing permanent closure. Hotel revenues have also taken quite a significant hit, and they've fallen by about 60%. And a bit like, I suppose, what was mentioned previously by some of the speakers, you know, as an island destination, Ireland is hugely reliant on international carriers to bring people to and from the island. And again, the devastation, I suppose, that's been created by COVID is very evident in just the fall in passenger traffic through Dublin Airport, which would be our main international air hub into the country, with passenger numbers fallen by about 90% again in 2020. So at the peak, we would be looking at maybe 27 million people passing through Dublin Airport on an annual basis. So again, it highlights the scale of devastation that the sector has faced. So if we want to move on, please. I suppose, to be fair to the Irish government and to give it some credit, it was very quick to respond and react to the crisis, and I suppose provided a range of supports to not just the tourism sector, but to the wider economy. And these supports and assistance that were deployed, or that have been deployed, have come in a range of forms and guises. So as I mentioned previously, a lot of staff in the tourism sector have had to avail of some of the employment wage supports that are available. So they have principally come in two forms. There's been the employment wage subsidy scheme, which provides assistance to employers in the form of a wage subsidy to continue to retain and employ staff, and this has been deployed to businesses where it can be demonstrated that they've lost upwards of 75% of their normal trade or their normal annual revenues. So the amounts available are very much similar to the kind of the existing employment supports available in Ireland, and range between 203 to 350 euro. And when I did my currency conversion there, I have to say a week or two ago, I think it was coming out at, you know, the equivalent in rand is about 3,560 rand to 6,137 rand. What we've also seen, you know, the government have reduced the VAT rate. Now, it was initially reduced from 23% to 21% in response to the crisis, but in our budget, which normally takes place in October, the rate announcements were made that the rate would revert back to the 23%. So it went back to the 23% at the end of February. There's also a, I suppose, special reduced tourism VAT rate applied in Ireland. So that's applied to tourism products and related services. So the rate has traditionally been 13.5%, but that rate has been reduced to 9%. I suppose all with the intention, I suppose, of trying to help stimulate tourism spend and tourism activity. We've also seen a warehousing of deferred VAT and employer taxes. So basically under this scheme, unpaid VAT and PAYE debts arising from the crisis can be parked for a period of 12 months after a business resumes trading. So that gives businesses some leeway in and obviously helps from a cash flow perspective that our previous contributors spoke about. We've also then seen a CRSS, so that's the COVID Restrictions Subsidy Support Scheme. And I suppose what that does is provides a weekly cash payment up to a maximum of 5,000 euro per week, or about 88,000 rand, to businesses again that have been forced to close as a result of the crisis, or if they haven't been forced to close, can demonstrate that their turnover has fallen by 75%. So that payment has been a major benefit and help to the tourism sector, and has really kept a lot of businesses just ticking over, and I suppose given them some level of comfort that there is money coming in that can make a contribution to the fixed costs that many of these businesses continue to incur. The Stay and Spend scheme was an initiative that was proposed by BDO here in Ireland to our tourism agencies, and we were delighted to see that they had taken it on board, and it helped inform government thinking. And basically what that is a tax credit of 125 euro per person, or 250 euro per couple, which can be claimed against expenditure in eligible tourism businesses and enterprises. Now, unfortunately, I suppose the scheme has maybe come in for a little bit of criticism because, and I suppose that is due to the fact that the take-up hasn't been huge. But when you consider that out of the last year, many businesses in the tourism and hospitality sector, but also across the wider economy, have closed for approximately 170 days due to, I suppose, the fairly severe and tight restrictions that the Irish government have imposed to try and keep the virus in check and stop the spread of the virus. There was also recently a 55 million strategic business continuity fund put in place. The purpose of that fund is to provide funding supports to businesses that maybe haven't been able to access some of the other schemes and assistance that's available. And that scheme was announced at the start of this year, and the closing date actually on it was just within the last week. So we expect that there's going to be significant take-up of that scheme. So that scheme has a number of objectives, some of which I'll touch on in later slides. And then finally, there's been a range of other sort of sector-specific schemes. So there's been a scheme for bed and breakfast operators. There's been a scheme, a support scheme for coach tourism operators, and more recently then a scheme for incoming tour operators who've all seen their business very significantly impacted by COVID. So if we just want to move on to the next slide. So I suppose the question that we've been asking ourselves in Ireland, and I suspect similar conversations are being had throughout the globe, is does COVID-19 represent the end of tourism as we know it? And if we want to just move on. My sense is that I think no, and I don't want to be fatalistic in terms of the tourism sector. I feel that there is much hope for the sector. However, I suppose what COVID-19 has done is firmly accelerated many existing or emerging trends that have been evident both domestically within Ireland and globally. So if we want to just move on. So what do I mean, I suppose? Well, I suppose notwithstanding the progress that has been made with vaccines, recovering the overseas market is likely to take that bit longer than a return to domestic tourism activity. And I know the domestic tourism is something that Leanne has touched on earlier in her slides. I suppose in Ireland, you know, the reality is that we're unlikely to see any meaningful international visitors coming into the country during 2021. And if they are to come, the expectations are that they won't be coming until maybe late in Q3 or Q4 of 2021. So as a result, you know, the reality is that the tourism business that's going to be had or to be targeted is going to be very much from the domestic tourism market. And I suppose in that regard, the Irish key stakeholders and tourism authorities across the sector are very much focused on targeting business from the domestic market, and marketing and promotional campaigns, I suppose, are very much targeting this segment. So if we want to just move on. And again, I think it's come up in some of the earlier conversations as well. It's a bit like, I suppose, your experiences in South Africa, where there is a huge reliance on the international market. It's the same situation in Ireland, where I think between 75 and 80% of our overall tourism economy is generated from overseas visitors. So one of the challenges, I suppose, for any operator, be it in Ireland or in South Africa or around the globe, when you're looking to target the domestic market, I suppose the question that needs to be answered or addressed is, how well do you know or understand what are the needs of your domestic guests and domestic visitors? And I suppose that points to the need for, you know, informed kind of market research and analysis to get to grips on that. In Ireland, I suppose our experiences are suggesting that there's huge potential in the coastal and marine tourism area. And if we want to just move to the next slide. This is very much a sector that the Irish authorities and agencies are focusing on in terms of looking at what can be done here. So again, I think many of you will be aware, and particularly those that are involved in marine and coastal tourism businesses, is that this sector, I suppose, tends to attract those from kind of the higher socioeconomic classes. So the question, I suppose, that needs to be asked, and Leanne had kind of touched on it earlier, is that are there opportunities to provide marine and coastal tourism experiences that will appeal to a broader range of socioeconomic groups? And I suppose kind of tied in with that as well is, you know, asking yourself, how do we tailor other elements of our tourism offering to heighten its appeal to the domestic market? As tourism business owners, I'd ask you guys to think about developing brand new experiences, activities or attractions that can appeal to the domestic market. And I think this is going to be particularly important until we see a return of international visitors and at, you know, the requisite sort of volumes. I understand in South Africa that, you know, the marine coastal areas is an area that has been identified as a sector offering enormous potential as well. And in that regard, I understand that an implementation plan, I think, was developed around 2017 to look at the whole marine tourism sector and what could be done to sort of exploit that and build and develop a real, I suppose, competitive and compelling marine tourism offering. So if we want to just move on to the next slide. It was mentioned previously by some of the other speakers around the new protocols, I suppose, that have been implemented as a result of COVID. And we are all aware of the many protocols, I suppose, that have been introduced around hand hygiene, mask wearing and social distancing. You know, I think some people feel that maybe these are temporary and will disappear in a post-COVID world. However, my sense is this is unlikely to be the case. I suppose in using kind of psychology speak, you know, that the likelihood is that these are going to be seen as hygiene factors in that they're unlikely to be seen as important if available or provided, but in their absence, likely to be seen as a negative. So in this regard, while they may become the accepted norm, that they're unlikely to excite or entice the visitor or tourist. And at the end of the day, it'll still be all about the experience and the experience that you as a tourism business owner can offer your guests. So if we just want to move on. So when it comes to these new protocols, the question that needs to be asked is, what can you do to cater or accommodate them? And what we've seen in Ireland, and again it's been mentioned by some of the previous speakers, is that there's been significant investment, and some of this was coming pre-COVID, but as I said, I think COVID has probably accelerated a lot of it, you know, in terms of investment in facilities to allow maybe more formal in-room dining experience. So we're all very much familiar with the concept of room service. But what we're seeing is that businesses are actually investing in providing for a more formal dining experience in the room. So the guest doesn't necessarily need to go down to the dining room in the hotel's dining room for their meals, but maybe can have a formal dining experience in their room. There's also been quite significant investment in kind of contactless technology, using, I suppose, remote technology and phone apps on phones. And again, this is probably something that was happening prior to COVID, but I suppose what some of these solutions do allow is that they minimize physical contact with people and services. Across the food services sector, and even in terms of hotels, many of which were forced to close and couldn't take guests, we've seen a lot of business move to kind of more takeout options, big increase in terms of selling vouchers during the pandemic, all I suppose with the objective and purpose of trying to build and improve cash flow in the businesses. And again, a lot of businesses we've seen, and it's not just accommodation businesses, but businesses right across the tourism sector, I suppose, is what can they do, I suppose, to minimize clutter, allows guests to socially distance, but at the same time maximize the capacity and throughput of visitors and customers through their business. So maybe just let's move on to the next slide. So I suppose I've just put this slide together to maybe just demonstrate where some of the investment is taking place. So in Ireland, the average rainfall that we get is about between 750 millimeters to about 1500 millimeters per year, and it tends to be wetter in the west of the country. I believe this compares to about 460 millimeters or so in South Africa. So obviously Ireland is an awful lot wetter than you guys experience. So I suppose as a result of that, in Ireland, the opportunities for outdoor dining activity or outdoor activity generally are often limited as a result of the weather, while businesses are sometimes constrained just in terms of physical space to be able to do that. And that would be particularly relevant for accommodation providers, particularly in our city centres where there wouldn't maybe be a huge amount of outdoor space available. I suppose what we have seen though is that the businesses that had facilities that could accommodate people to be outdoors are those that have tended to maybe be not quite as impacted by other businesses by COVID, but have also been the ones that were maybe better placed when some of the restrictions were eased and people started to visit some of these businesses again. And when I mentioned some of the supports that have been made available to the tourism businesses in Ireland, some of these supports are, for example, focused on helping businesses to develop their outdoor offering, and particularly around the whole outdoor dining facilities and outdoor dining experiences. So we just move on. So just in terms of a little bit of context, a couple of images here. The image on the left-hand side of the screen is a photo taken of St. Patrick's Day in Ireland, which is our national holiday on the 17th of March. So tomorrow week we'll be all, well, celebrating is probably too strong a word, celebrating from our homes. So it traditionally marks the start of the international tourist season to Ireland, and approximately 500,000 people or so will come into the city centre in Dublin to enjoy the parade and facilities. The picture in the top right hand corner is a scene from Venice. My Italian isn't very good, but it's I think it's the Ponte della Paglia bridge, and what we can see is, I suppose, a fairly congested tourism scene, and then the image just under that is a more sedate, more relaxed rural sort of image of some hill walkers out enjoying the wide open countryside in Ireland. So I think, you know, one thing that COVID is going to mean for the foreseeable future, at least, is that, you know, mass tourism is likely to be a thing of the past. I think the sustainable future of post-COVID travel is likely to be about smaller scale, authentic, and again, I think as I've mentioned previously, some of the other speakers have mentioned, all about experiences. I think prior to COVID, there were real and genuine concerns about over-tourism, and, you know, that was kind of creating an almost anti-tourism movement in some destinations, and Venice being a case in point. And what I suppose the research seems to be pointing to, and again, this is probably even pre-COVID, but has been, I suppose, accentuated since COVID, is that millennial travelers are increasingly using technology to seek out authentic, small-scale tourism experiences that offer more sustainable travel options. And I think those businesses or locations that are reliant on mass tourism may struggle while the sector recovers, particularly in the short term. So if we just want to move on to the next slide. So I suppose, you know, again, mass tourism by definition really creates opportunities and experiences that tend to be more affordable and accessible, but often less personal. Furthermore, I suppose they tend to be more crowded and potentially pose a greater health risk. And I think COVID-19 is likely to reduce travel volumes for some time to come, and possibly permanently. So with lower volumes inevitably comes higher prices, and as a result, consumers may shift their focus to traveling less, or slow travel, I believe it's referred to, while investing in more top quality, more personal experiences. And again, I think this was mentioned previously by some of the other speakers in terms of flexibility, where, you know, consumers are going to, given the whole uncertainty that COVID has created, people are going to want, and particularly while COVID remains, will seek out experiences and products and offerings that offer greater flexibility. And I think they're going to expect tourism providers to be more transparent around what their cancellation policies are, flexible booking terms, and what, you know, they're prepared to do in terms of favourable refunds. A big issue that we've seen in Ireland during the pandemic is the whole weddings market would be a very important market for a lot of our hotels, and because of the restrictions that have been imposed, Irish weddings tend to be relatively large in size. So the average wedding could be between sort of 150 maybe to 200 people. Sometimes you'll get bigger weddings. Excuse me, but the restrictions that are imposed in Ireland currently limit the amount of people that can attend indoor and outdoor gatherings, and are at levels well below sort of the 100 and 150 style groups that some of these wedding venues would be looking to cater for. So what we've seen as a result, a lot of people have cancelled weddings bookings that they had, and unfortunately, I think some businesses have maybe dipped into some of these deposits that they would have received from some business for some weddings business, have used the money to try and sustain their operations during 2020. And when these couples come back then looking to have their weddings in the future, the deposit will be gone, and that's going to have serious implications in terms of cash flow for some of these businesses. So maybe just work on to the next one. Next slide there. So I suppose as a firm of not just business but also financial advisors, it would be remiss of me not to touch on the financial side of the business. And again, I know this has been brought up by some of our previous speakers. I think, you know, forecasting and budgeting are essential processes to engage in and allow you as a business owner to identify both the revenue and cost drivers in your business. I think while the crisis remains, it's important not to lose sight of this important area, as I suppose it gives you the knowledge and the insights into where and how you need to act and where you may be able to reduce costs quickly in your business. It's been particularly evident to us that the businesses who had good budgeting and forecasting processes in place prior to COVID-19 were able to respond faster and in a more focused manner when compared to businesses who did not. So we might just move on to the last slide. So just in terms of maybe some final thoughts, you know, with so much uncertainty at present, I think it's very understandable why some business owners maybe find it difficult to be too optimistic in the current climate. However, I think it's important to remember that tourism has shown itself to be a resilient sector and one that does recover from internal and external market shocks. We only have to think back to September the 11th, the Indian Ocean tsunami, the swine flu pandemic, the global economic crisis, and the volcanic eruption in Iceland. I think while the timing and the rate of the recovery is still not clear, and I thought it was interesting to see Leanne's slide where, you know, the suggestion seems to be you're looking at a recovery or getting back to sort of 2019 levels in 2024, 2025. That's very much similar where the Irish thinking is. But I suppose while the timing and the rate of the recovery is still to be determined, I think that the rollout of the vaccines does suggest that brighter days are not too far away, hopefully. I firmly believe that once the recovery starts and markets begin travelling again, the industry will emerge stronger than ever with new and exciting opportunities to be targeted. We've all witnessed the ups and downs in the tourism industry due to, I suppose, strikes, political unrest and natural calamity. But I suspect for many of us, this is the first time that we've experienced a wipeout of such a grand scale. However, to end on an upbeat note, I'm confident that a positive and innovative approach, creative marketing and optimistic thinking will help the industry to revive at a faster pace. My only urge to all my new tourism friends in South Africa is to be optimistic, keep up your spirit and enthusiasm, and be ready for the recovery when it comes, because it will come. Finally, and before I go, I'm going to share a short promotional video that has been prepared by the tourist authorities in Ireland. I hope that this might inspire you to think about a holiday in Ireland when international travel resumes. And for those of you who may come to visit, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me, as I would be only too happy to let you experience some of our world-renowned Irish hospitality, or as we say in Ireland, Céad Míle Fáilte. And
have you ever filled your heart? I mean, truly filled it to the brim. There's a place where it's not just possible, it's a way of life. A place where experiences aren't just seen or heard, they're felt. Whether you're in a charming village with an old friend, or down at the beach making new ones. It's a place where you can feel your heart being filled every step of the way with exhilaration, joy, adventure, discovery. Maybe a few surprises along the way. So get out there and fill your heart with the stuff that keeps it beating. Fill your heart with Ireland.
I think we might have had a slight technical issue with the video, but not to worry. I think the slides and the video will probably be made available by Leanne and colleagues anyway, so you can get an opportunity to look at it at your leisure, hopefully. So thank you once again, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Right. Thank you very much, Austin. I think it was a great presentation, and it's a good lesson for all of us. Am I live?
Yep, I think you're live. Yeah.
Thank you. Once again, thank you for the presentation. I think it's a very good case for us, learning from learning from other parts of the world and our colleagues in Ireland. I believe that we can all take a couple of lessons from that going forward. And also it shows the challenges are not different. It depends on how we tackle the challenges. On this note, I think I will now extend the questions not only to our tourism colleagues, but to all the presenters, starting from Tuto. If you have any questions for Austin, the guide in Ireland, and then the other colleagues before we come to our tourism colleagues and possibly give the closing remarks. Any questions from any other speaker, not only tourism? Should I go by names? Any questions from any of our tourists, Lundi, including you? Any questions?
I have a question, Kwachi.
Please, go ahead.
Okay. So, Austin, thank you very much for that presentation. And I love the synergies between Ireland and South Africa. And some of them that I picked up, obviously the 9.7 million visitors that you had, foreign visitors that you had, equivalent to our just over 10 million prior to COVID. The fact that tourism contributed 4% of your GDP, for us it was 3%, that's direct spend only, roughly 3% of our GDP. Interesting that your loss has not been as great as ours in terms of quantum. I think I worked it out at roughly 6.9 billion euros that you've lost as a result of COVID, which is what, roughly 130 or something billion rand, whereas we estimating probably closer to 220 billion rand. The reason for this difference to me is got to do with your stronger domestic tourism industry and probably less a clamp down on domestic tourism than what we had. So a lot of our tourism economy is reliant, a lot of the spend is reliant on foreign tourism as opposed to domestic tourism. So there's a definite learning there for us, and what I think I've harped on it quite a lot in terms of the value of growing domestic tourism and the benefits that COVID had brought us, to recognize that there is value in our domestic tourism sector, and we need to build on it more, and we need to grow our domestic tourism side. I mean, the support that Ireland has got, there's some similarities with regard to the wage support, which is similar to what we call our TERS. But they're wonderful that COVID relief scheme, the CRSS, which is what, roughly 88,000 or 80,000 rand per week. Wow, yeah. I'm sure a lot of tourism businesses are listening to this and saying, if only they could have accessed something like that. But also the fact that your revenue service went to the extent of changing the VAT rate and putting in positive taxes is well, we didn't have that. And that stay and spend support as well was really great initiatives. Obviously, a stronger economy, obviously more money in the helps that you can actually put this in place. But things like that would have been fantastic for us too. But then on the other side, we also got to look at South Africa versus many other African countries. We've been able to, many African countries are looking to what South Africa has done to support their travel and tourism business, and they look on with great envy that we've had at least something to help support our businesses. Many of them have got nothing in Africa, which is, as I mentioned earlier as well, hugely detrimental and concerning for the fact that we are very much part of the African continent, and a lot of our itineraries include African countries. So supporting the rest of, having tourism supply in the rest of Africa is very important to us so that we can offer that holistic service and experience to visitors. But I've been harping on, but I think one of the things I wanted to chat about was your V-shaped recovery. When you mentioned a V-shaped recovery, you know, and I think that we're probably going to see and have started to see more of a W-shaped recovery, but with many little bumps. And maybe it's more like a heart rate monitor, and then eventually it's going to pick up at the end when things eventually sort themselves out. And we've seen these little blips of recovery as we're going through the intersurge periods, and as countries become vaccinated and there's a little bit of confidence comes into place. So do you think you're also going to get this more of a little bit of a W or this heart rate monitor type of recovery?
Yeah, and I think, and it's probably the same for you guys in South Africa. It's particularly difficult making any sort of forecasts or predictions with all the uncertainty at the moment. And I think what we're probably going to see when I suppose the agencies and authorities here look and conduct their kind of consumer research and market research, what all the data seems to be pointing to is huge levels of pent-up demand for travel, for tourism, once people can start traveling again. I think the points that were made earlier around the rollout, you know, because both Ireland and South Africa are so reliant on international markets, we're very much reliant on what happens in those markets in terms of vaccines and before people are able to travel again. I think the reality is if you were to think the situation in Ireland is probably more like a U at the moment. So we've seen, you know, go from our peak in sort of 2018, 2019 down to, you know, figures that haven't been experienced or witnessed in decades, and things have just very much stagnated at the moment. So it's a case of then when travel can get back going, when people can get traveling again. And I think the reality is, because we're so reliant on international travelers, there may be a few little ups and downs or peaks and troughs in terms of that recovery, because there are so many sort of factors outside our control. And I think, as you said, it then comes back to the domestic market again, and what can we do to maximize the potential of the domestic market, that we're not worrying about people being able to get into the country, and do they need, you know, health visas or health passes or whatever it's going to be. That there is, I suppose, a ready-made market in Ireland of nearly 6 million people that we can say, well, we can target those. I think probably one of the issues is that the seasonal or the domestic markets tends to be quite seasonal in terms of the demand. So you're looking at, you know, all the school holidays are aligned in Ireland, so all the schools get their holidays at the same time. So you have, you know, 2 or 3 months of school holidays during the summer, and then 2 2-week breaks, one at Easter, one at Christmas. So there's significant peaks in demand from the domestic market during those periods. And you had mentioned the, you know, feasibility study, Leanne, earlier, and, you know, a key requisite to making any sort of tourism investment. And it's always the question that I would pose to someone when we're doing a feasibility study is, okay, we're looking at, you know, a wet Tuesday in the middle of March. Where is your business going to come from? And the domestic market might not necessarily fulfill the demand there, so there was always going to be a reliance on in terms of international travel. But it's also then looking at other segments that were touched on, so the meetings, incentive, conference and event business, can we target business from there? But again, I suppose there is, you know, nervousness around that and how quickly that's going to recover, and has COVID fundamentally changed trends and patterns in how that market is going to be in the future? Will people travel at the volumes and at the levels that they would have done historically, or will people kind of go, well, we don't actually now need to travel to the firm's global conference in whatever location, people can dial in remotely, technology allows us to do it effectively. But again, I think to be optimistic, the conversations I'm having with colleagues and clients and friends is all about people want to get back to that normality. They want to get back to going to the face-to-face meeting. They want to go to the conference. It's all fine and well working remotely and maybe not having your commute and all that sort of stuff, but I think people want to return to normality, and I think that comes back then to the levels of pent-up demand that are there. So I think once things start opening up and governments and countries are confident that the virus is under control, or that they have it under control, and by bringing people in is not going to damage all the hard work that's been done over the last, you know, well, I suppose has been done as economies and countries look to recover, then I think we'll see a big surge in travel and tourism again, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Austin.
Kwachi, I have a question for Austin.
Please.
Maybe a last
Please
question before we break. I know we're running out of time. So Austin, I understand that one of the things that BDO has experienced, and where a lot of your information comes from, is that you work with I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Failty Island, which is essentially your SA Tourism agency, in doing business support to small businesses, etc. So what Davi and them spoke about in respect of understanding, restructuring, looking at your financial health of your businesses and making sure that you can actually go ahead. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that and how that has been beneficial, I assume, in making sure that your businesses are a little bit more resilient to be able to come back, which is our concern.
Okay. No, and Leanne touched on a point earlier that very resonated with me, was about the power of data and information to allow businesses to make informed decisions. And again, I'm kind of going to come in a bit of a roundabout way in terms of answering your question, Christelle, if that's all right. So I suppose I've been working in the tourism sector for about the last 25 years. And when I started out, it was in hotels. And one of the things I would have seen that struck me was I had worked in Ireland and then I went to the UK. And again, one thing that would have struck me was the start of each morning, the person that was head reception would do a ring around of all the hotels to see what their occupancy was at, what rate were they selling for that evening. And it was an alien concept to me, because in Ireland people were so insular, they didn't want to share information, they were all worried about, you know, the guy up the road is going to just take my business and that. But what I quickly learned from it is that in the more sort of progressive locations and markets, people are sharing information. They're using information to inform their decision making. And then what we saw in Ireland is, as the sector then developed and international brands came in, they were sharing information. This is what they did in other locations. So people got up to speed with it. And I suppose Fáilte Ireland, and it was good go at pronouncing it, Christelle, what Fáilte Ireland, I suppose, would have maybe been seen as kind of the Tourism Development Authority, would have been kind of looked at with a little bit of skepticism by the industry many years ago, in terms of going, you know, what does it do for me? You know, it doesn't really do much for me as a business owner. And Fáilte Ireland recognised that. So they started to work and collaborate with industry and say, well, look, what can we do to help you and support your business and grow the tourism sector that benefits everyone? So whether that was around providing information and statistics for the sector, or as you've mentioned, Christelle, and some of the work that we've recently been doing, is looking at how they can support the sector in a meaningful way. So after the last sort of big crisis following the global economic crisis in 2008, 2010, Fáilte Ireland initiated a number of sort of industry supports and interventions to help the sector. So they had a mentoring program. So what the mentoring program in theory would do is would fund the cost of a business advisor or consultant to go and work with a business and help them, I suppose, diagnose, you know, what was going on in the business and work with them to come up with sort of meaningful solutions or responses. Now, it didn't, you're looking at, you know, mentoring in the pure sense of the word, and it wasn't about providing loads and loads of days of a consultant's time, but providing maybe 1 or 2 or 3 days of sort of intervention and support, where the tourism owner could bounce ideas off, run ideas, sense check stuff, get a little bit of guidance. So we would have done a lot of work, and the industry was very receptive of that and very appreciative of that after the last crisis. And then, you know, things picked up, as one of my charts demonstrated, in terms of visitor numbers. So the sector was flying, and I think, you know, symptomatic of when things are good, people tend not to think strategically or don't tend to think about seeking advice or assistance. So the industry was kind of performing away and everything was going well, and then COVID hit again, and I suppose Fáilte Ireland said, look, the mentoring worked in the past, let's roll out that initiative again. So again, I'm sure it's similar in South Africa, because a lot of these businesses in this sector are it's characterized by small family-run, owner-managed businesses. Sometimes they don't have the capacity to be engaging advisors like a BDO to come and work with them because of the sort of charge-out rates, etc., that we maybe might look to recover. But what the mentoring does is it provides the businesses with access to kind of specialist expertise and assistance to really work with them and help them through the current crisis. So we've really been doing that. Fáilte Ireland would have kind of reactivated and initiated the mentoring very quickly after COVID struck, and we have been working with a number of businesses to try and, yeah, I suppose very much following the Rethink model. One, try and stabilize things, put it in a kind of a mode where it was kind of try and preserve what you have, minimize the cash burn in the business, and then look to that sort of building resilience and recovery. So hopefully now, and I suppose as I mentioned, with, you know, the rollout of the vaccine, and the Irish government is coming in for a little bit of criticism in terms of how quickly we're managing to roll the vaccine out. I think it's a supply issue at the moment. Things are not, you know, we're still looking for some sort of clarity around when the hospitality sector is going to reopen, because at present we're in level 5 restrictions. So, you know, with the exception of schools and essential retail, most other businesses are closed. Anyone that is able to work from home is working from home. So the hospitality sector, I suppose, is sitting there at the moment, not sure when it's going to be able to reopen. So the 5th of April is the next date when the government are going to, I suppose, announce where their kind of thinking is. So there is, I suppose, one of the big issues and challenges at the moment is the uncertainty makes planning and preparing projections and budgets very difficult. But I suppose what we're trying to do, and I suppose you need to be kind of thinking ahead and at least considering a few scenarios and putting in place some of the measures and infrastructure and steps, etc., that need to be done to think about a kind of a reopening of the sector, which hopefully will come sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you very much. I think we have one last question from Jabu. Jabu, please keep it short and simple. Go for it. Jabu, we have one last question from you for Austin, and let's keep it short and simple in the interest of time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kwachi. Austin, you mentioned that the Brexit cloud was already gathering in Ireland ahead of COVID, especially on the back of the international arrivals in Ireland doubling between the 2010 and 2019. What do you think are the implications of Brexit going in a post-COVID world for Destination Ireland?
Yeah, I think because there's such, I suppose, strong relationships between, I suppose, Ireland and the UK, and I think you had touched on it in terms of the VFR sort of segment. I think we're still going to see that travel. There's still a lot of, I suppose, business kind of links and relationships between the two islands. So I think the likelihood is it will have an impact. I don't think it's maybe going to be as dramatic or as serious as maybe people anticipated when Brexit first came into, I suppose, not that people became aware of it, but when people started to think seriously about it. So I think what, as I said, it will impact, but I suppose we've been somewhat fortunate that while the UK visitors do represent a fairly significant portion of visitor numbers to the country, what the tourism authorities, so we have two kind of tourism authorities in Ireland. We have Fáilte that's responsible for the development of the infrastructure within Ireland, and then Tourism Ireland that's responsible for the promotion of Ireland overseas. What they were doing pre-COVID, I suppose there was a lot of investment going into, I suppose, identifying new markets, engaging sort of with those markets, developing marketing and promotional campaigns to target these new markets. So I think once travel starts happening again, I think that will be sort of reactivated quite seriously. So to try and, I suppose, offset any falls that we might see from the UK market by seeing visitors, increase in visitor numbers from some of the existing markets, but also maybe targeting some new and emerging markets as well.
Thank you very much, Austin. I think it's been a great session. And I know you're all speakers, but okay, behind the scenes, you can just give yourself a very, very big round of applause for each one of you, right, virtually. Now, I would like to say we thank you. We've covered a lot of grounds today, starting from business strategy in the tourism space, looking at resilience, presented by Christelle, Leanne looking at the trends and the insights once again, Jabu looking at the tactics and the strategy going forward. You look at our other colleagues looking at human resources management, looking at the legal and restructuring and the financial issues, and obviously international best practice. From this, what I reckon is we have to have very, very tough conversations going forward. But I got a couple of points I would like us to relook at. One of them is we all have to go to the drawing board to plan and see how we can move forward, because if we fail to plan, we plan to fail. Based on that, we got to review what the ways we go about the business to survive. And for continuity, we got to innovate, do things differently through collaboration and all other strategies that our colleagues have shared, and reconnect. Through this, we'll be able to reignite. But one important point is that we have to use the right architects, because we cannot use the architects who build hospitals to build hotels. And we cannot use those who build hotels to build hospitals, because we are going to get hospitals instead of hotels. On this note, I would like to invite all the delegates to engage our colleagues through Londi. She's shared her details. There is also a survey on the platform that I would like you to engage with and give us your feedback. And if anybody needs support, guidance, or any assistance, please, BDO is there to support you. We will work with BDO to assist us and when necessary. And we would like to thank all delegates for being good delegates. We know that a lot of you left us, but it's not the numbers that really matter, it's the quality of the discussions. And each and one of you will be able to access the discussions through our social media platforms that are currently available. On this note, I would like to invite Leanne to please give us the closing remarks for this exciting and refreshing session. This was not just an ordinary webinar, it was a real dialogue between experts and the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwachi. Thank you. So Kwachi has given a nice summary of what we've discussed today, but I think one of the key things for me is the fact that Christelle started off the day talking about how do we build resilience. And one of the key ways to build resilience, well, what you need for resilience is confidence. In order to get confidence, you need to have data. And I certainly hope that through our panel, various qualified speakers and experts, you've been received data that's going to help you make decisions for reigniting the travel and tourism sector, but of course reigniting your business and reigniting opportunities within the travel and tourism sector. So I'd finally just like to say thank you to all of you for participating in today's webinar. The videos will be made available and will be sent to all people that registered for the event and will be made available on our social media, various social media platforms. And I'd just like to give a final thank you to our moderator, Kwachi, and to all the speakers that took the time out today to avail themselves and their expertise to all of you. So on behalf of BDO, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Leanne, and thank you, everybody. I think the session, one person that we need to say a big thank you to, Londi, thank you very much. Brownwin, I've seen Justin, and all the technical team that made this day possible. We are very grateful, and on behalf of my colleagues at BDO, we thank all of you. Tuto, thank you for coming. We do really appreciate all your support in making this really a fantastic and I believe a refreshing industry webinar. On this note, thank you and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you.